And we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first Tarot Sunday ever and the last Tarot stream, presumably, of 2025. I know, hard to believe. I originally was supposed to start this about a couple hours ago, but unfortunately, today also happened to be two big game days. Um, First, there was the African the African Cup, which would basically have two African teams that could qualify for the World Cup happening here in the United States next year. And today's match was Ivory Coast versus Cameroon, and that ended up being a tie between the two of them. So they're guaranteed to move ahead in the major playoffs. And then today, just a few minutes ago, the Eagles played against the Buffalo Bills, and they won. The Eagles, I mean, by 1 point. So there's a reason why I don't really watch sports, because my demeanor kind of becomes awful, so to speak. Like, people do not recognize me after that. But both games are done. The people that I was basically watching are moving forward towards things that matter. I don't think the Eagles qualified for Super Bowl. I don't think so. I think they're already too far out from that. But Cameroon has a chance of qualifying for the World Cup. Only two African teams will qualify, so there's a chance they could qualify. Depends on how the match against South Africa goes. But hey, all's right with the world, really. Anyway, how's everybody doing? So I decided once again to offer some readings for those who maybe missed out on yesterday, because unfortunately my notifications were just not working the right way. They weren't working the way they were supposed to. Because it was still, for some weird reason, my restream settings were stuck on, excuse me, it was stuck on Daytona, USA for some weird reason. It wasn't switching to where we're supposed to go. So it ended up just not, the traffic was just not there as a result. So huge apologies on that front. I don't know why it wasn't fixing itself despite me putting everything correctly, but we're here now. That's okay. And so I did a collective reading yesterday. So if you want to look at that, please feel free to jump on the channel, either my YouTube or my Twitch channel, and you can look back at the previous stuff that I have recorded. For the tarot itself, I've downloaded I've downloaded like most of the on-demand footage. I still need to download the remainder of it, as well as transfer my Christmas message towards my YouTube channel. So that's coming up pretty soon. But yeah, outside of that, today, it is all about you. So if you want to look at the collective reading, it's right there for you to see. But outside of that, yeah, pretty much today, the world's your oyster. So it's pretty much an AMA, and Ask Me Anything. And I also managed to finally get my secondary camera, that is my phone, online. Now, if I decide to do the Queen Herbie cards today, which the odds are good, I probably will. I don't know how exactly I'm going to be able to listen to the songs. That's going to be the part that's going to be a bit tricky, but I will find a way. I will find a way to make it work. Um, but yeah, outside of those things, pretty much I'm just here for service. And well, Tantalus Studios asked yesterday, how close am I to affiliate? To answer that question, I probably looked at my stats yesterday. I am basically one stream away, literally one stream away. So I just need 3 people to tune in tonight, on Twitch at least. And then I'm pretty much on board. It's interesting because I'm already able to like get bits and get I'm able to get bits and subscriptions and all that stuff, and yet unless I become affiliate, I basically just can't take any of that out. It's kind of interesting. So really interesting how all that seems to work. But I am very new to all of this. So there's stuff that I'm still learning about streaming, despite doing it for a long time. I've done it for 8 years on Twitch. Next year, I'll make it 8 years, I believe. And then it'll be about a little over a decade on YouTube. So feels really surreal, honestly, that I've been on here as long as I have. What I could say is thank you. Thank you for all the support you've given me this year and beyond. I'm super excited to explore this next chapter with you all. Speaking of the next chapter, if you feel like you vibe with me and you want to go more one-on-one, there's 2 ways you can do that now. One of which I'm still working on, which, I mean, I'm hoping to get it done by tomorrow, because I've been having such a hard time getting this thing done. But I should be done by tomorrow, though. So number 1 is through Coffee. My Coffee page. You can donate or shop my selections, and I recently opened up for New Year's readings on there, which is pay what you want this year, minimum $15. So that's coming up. That's on there, so you can purchase that. Or pretty soon, I will be signing up for a site called Spiritual Blossom. Shout out to Julie, who's one of the moderators of that site. And if the format looks familiar to you, it's sister site to Mystic Sense. I'm going to be offering readings on there. That charges per minute, so just to give you a heads up on that. But essentially, if you want to do more one-on-one stuff, you've got 2 options there now, which is pretty exciting. But yeah, I'm actually going to be doing this professionally now. But if you can't afford my services, that's okay. I am still going to be here online, ready and willing to serve you in whatever capacity I can through these card pools. Because I enjoy doing these community card pools. I feel like it's a chance for you all to, again, feel more empowered about yourselves and to start rewriting the stories that maybe have not been so empowering to you. So, any way I can help towards that, I am ready and willing to help. So, with that, I'm gonna see if I can get some people to sign up. Let me check my queue, because I know my queue's a little bit old. So I'm gonna refresh that. Okay. So those are old ones, so I'm gonna go ahead and clear that. Okay. So that's open now. All right. So hopefully we got some people coming in. There we go. So all right. So yesterday I did a waxing moon reading um for the collective. So it also felt like as if it was for me personally as well, with some of the cards that I ended up pulling. And let's see if I can remember what I pulled from there. A lot of the cards that I had pulled, I have pulled from previous readings. Things like the Eight of Wands, the Ten of Pentacles, the High Priestess, just to name a few. But the overarching message I kept on getting, from what I can recall, is to find ways to reconnect with community and what it's like to be connected to to other living beings, while simultaneously taking the quality time to get to know oneself. Can I be vulnerable with you for a second? I do admit, ever since the lockdown, I mean, I think pretty much most people can agree with this. I feel like ever since the lockdown, my world, I think, has shrank considerably. Because recently, especially ever since I left my job 7 years, I haven't gone out as much. I know mostly because there's been a financial component to it, which, by the way, thank you all for the donations for this year. That has made a huge difference to me in terms of being able to do the things that I can do. For right now, it's been mainly the funds were supposed to go towards more of like upgrades and stuff, but since I don't exactly have a consistent income right now, it's been going towards basically survival for right now. Like getting the occasional supplements or a bus ride back home. It's been going towards those expenses. But I know once I get all those other things going, it'll be much easier for me to put it towards this channel much more easily. Like, for example, I didn't take the camera that I typically would use for streaming my readings. And I would probably get like a portable version of that once I get the funds going. Or even upgrade this laptop, because this laptop is starting to get up there. Because this was, at the time that I bought this was pretty new. Like this was created in like early 2020, the touch bar variation of the MacBook Pros. And touch bar is long gone now. It's all keys now. And on the one hand, I like the speed of the newer computers, but on the other hand, though, I mean, I miss the touch bar. I'm gonna miss the touch bar quite a bit, but I need to upgrade. It's time for me to upgrade this thing, and I need to save up. I also need to find a way to save up for the travels that I would like to do. It's one of my goals, is to be able to have the funds to travel. If not for retreats, then certainly for vlogs. And a lot of the retreats that I would have gone on, unfortunately, they will not be happening again. They've announced it. The facilitators that I've seen have announced as much. And one facilitator that I wanted to work with I don't know if she's gonna do those kind of travels ever again. At least like for public retreats wise. We'll see. But I'm not holding my breath towards that. So I'm gonna have to come up with stuff of my own. But in the meantime, the biggest message that I've been getting recently is to start where I'm at now. So I've been coming up with ideas as to what I can share with you. And that I am hoping to put towards my second channel, Theological Otaku. So keep an eye out for those updates. I've been saying that so many times. I feel like I'm a broken record, but I really want to follow through for once on the things that I've been thinking about. And I feel like recently I finally have had the wherewithal to finally follow through on the things that I've been saying that I've been wanting to do, and then I finally am doing them. Like, I'm finally starting that tarot business now. I'm actually regular on streams. My timing could still use a little work. My communication could still use a lot of work. But at least I'm actually showing up. That's different compared to before, where I would just give up if it didn't fit this certain format or fit this certain formula. And, well, I'm also pretty perfectionistic when it comes to my streams too. Like, if it's like, sometimes like if the stream doesn't behave a certain way, it's kind of a wash. But at least I'm doing that less and less now. Because I think I'm now figuring out that perfectionism is the enemy to good. It's the nightmare to good. And it's better to get even a few rough streams out of the way. It is to get so stuck on perfectionism that you just never start. And that's a signal for me too, to like really get back on my creativity, start writing again. There was one Substack article that I was thinking of putting out, but then as I was recording the audio for it, the audio is basically complete, I started feeling more and more like this isn't going to land the way it's supposed to. So I decided to shelve it until next year. Because at this point, the event I was referring to, it's too far gone for me to reference it at this point. And even if I went like, let's say, a historical post, it still wouldn't have felt right. Because I still feel like the message wouldn't have landed. So I'm putting it on the table for now. And then I'll probably give it maybe a month of breathing room. And then come back and update it accordingly with new information. So fingers crossed that kind of comes to pass. But in the meantime, there is my other article, at least, that I've been working on it for about the same length of time. But at least that one will be a lot easier to actually write down. And that is my spoilerific Sinners review. Spoilerific in a basic sense because, honestly, I'm going to focus mainly on one character, which is Sammy, aka Preacher Boy, because that character really touched on how I've been feeling about my creativity recently. So that combined with K-pop Demon Hunters. The K-pop Demon Hunters half of the review, that's already done. I just need to focus more on the Sinners part of the review, and then I'm pretty much done, and then I'll post it. I'm hoping to get it out by tomorrow, Tuesday at the latest, and then that's it. Done for 2025. Wednesday's stream, I have no idea what I'm doing, honestly. I have no idea what I'm doing for Wednesday, but all I know is that, at least earlier in the day, there will be a stream. There will be a stream happening. In terms of what, I don't know. But there will be a stream on Wednesday. So welcome to Ron Brulick 1438 on YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in. So I was basically waiting for more people to tune into the stream, and you are one person, so thank you very much for that. So if anybody wants to get a reading from me at this point, I think everyone, you have heard enough from me and my plans for this channel and beyond. I think it's time for me to actually start pulling. Yeah, I've been blabbing for 25 minutes. Good God. How can y'all stand me? Anyway, if anybody wants to ask some questions, there are two ways. You can go about it. Either you can type it in the chat, or you can go on my Discord, which is linked in the description. We do have moderators, so please keep your comments appropriate. Most I'll tolerate by slight edge PG-13, but please keep it PG, generally speaking. In terms of my specialties, in terms of pulls and stuff, my specialties are mainly general guidance, also spiritual guidance, occasionally career, occasionally relationships, be it love or friendship especially. I love friendships and family, and I especially love pop culture. Like, as you'll probably see, you're probably going to get a lot of prescriptions for pop culture. I may be a little bit off that game recently because I haven't really been up to date in terms of my movies and my TV and all that kind of stuff. But I'm hoping to fix that with this holiday. I got a few days left down here in sunny Florida. Then I go back home to the greater Philadelphia area. But yeah, it's been good. It's been really good. But yeah, I do a lot of pop culture references, as you probably can tell. So I've got Clow. Hello, V Vishnu. Welcome to the stream. We have not started pulling yet, and you will be my first customer. Welcome. So feel free to type in what your question is in the chat or on Discord, and I will pull for you. I was talking about my specialties here, so I'm pretty much open to anything, long story short. But my specialties are basically advice, like be it general advice or spiritual advice. I love doing friendships. Romance, I'm starting to get down a little bit as well. I do not do predictive. That is one thing I can say for sure. I'm not exactly a predictive in terms of like definitively yes, no. Ultimately, that's kind of down to your free will. I do not do anything that infers your free will. That unfortunately is something I actually don't do. I cannot tell you how a person feels about you. It just isn't appropriate for me, honestly, because I could be completely off about a person. I'm not that kind of reader. I'm more of in terms of how do I get confident about like interacting with this person, or what's the best way to approach this person, or how can I be sure my feelings on this person is genuine? So, unfortunately, these kinds of questions, that's not my area. That's beyond my pay grade. So, sorry if this new. I'm not that kind of reader. I can tell you how you could interact with this AD person, but I can't tell you how he feels about you. Ultimately, you're gonna have to find out yourself. If you're already with this person, however, be it friendship or something else, I could probably give you a hint in terms of a dynamic you may need to look out for. That I can definitely tell you. But if it's prospective or hazarding a guess, I don't feel safe doing that. So that's my barrier right there. So I'm still down to give you a reading. I just can't give a reading in terms of this question. I'm sorry. So that's my one stipulation. If it's predictive or health advice, that kind of stuff, relationships in terms of predictive, that's ultimately down to your will and what you find. There's a health, not a health expert here. I don't do that kind of stuff. I can tell you how to prepare. I can tell you about things to keep in mind as you go. But I can't tell you whether or not a person's interested in that way. That's what I consider interfering with someone else's free will. Even if it's not like spell work per se. I still don't like predicting whether or not, does this person like me? Does this person even think of me? Etc. Because I don't know what your dynamic is with this person. If you have even said hello, or you just happen to look at him and be like, I like this person. Hope it thinks of me too. That's the most I could probably know. Yeah, sorry if Viz new. I hope you at least have luck with the person that you are interested in. But please have some courage and find out for yourself. And I think we lost a person, but that's okay. That's totally fine. But yeah, I'm not for everyone. As you probably saw. But I like pop culture. Got this beautiful Queen Herbie deck recently, and it's been giving really nice song prescriptions, in my opinion. And then I also have the Sakura cards from Card Captor Sakura. Hello. How's it going? And then I also have these tarot cards. These ones I've had for a very long time. Like, I think I've had these for... Oh my god, has this been a decade? Like, over a decade I've held these? At bare minimum, it's gotta be a decade. At most, it's gotta be over a decade. I mean, this is, like, this deck is 14 years old, like, and it's still in print. So, These ones I've had for a long time. And the box is falling apart, so it's gotta be over a decade. And then these ones, got these chakra stones here, and a pendulum with it. These ones I've had a little bit shorter, but these ones were birthday slash Christmas present. I think it was around, I want to say 2019 or 2018. I was gifted these. As I added some of my shells that I got from Daytona and Flagler in here, just to make it look pretty, you know, so add a little bit of elemental magic in here. And this is a tobacco tile. I was gifted by one of our indigenous facilitators. But yeah. I got a lot of stuff here, as you could possibly imagine. But yeah, at this point, it's basically open table. World's our oyster today. So yesterday, I had a little bit of technical trouble. For some reason, it got stuck on the Daytona stream information for a good bit. So as a result, people didn't really know that I was still doing a Tarot Saturday stream. So the traffic just ended up just not being there. So I'm doing today's stream to basically fill in for the time that we missed out on yesterday. That, and also I had some technical trouble with my laptop as well. Like, pretty much just stopped working. And I don't get it. It's like my battery is just not charging, even though it is the correct charger. I don't get it. But anyway, all that aside, I am happy and willing to pull. So, go ahead, ask me anything. And oh yeah, to answer your question from yesterday, I looked at my stats, and I am one stream away from getting affiliate. Oh my gosh, terminology. I'm one stream away from getting affiliate. I just need like 3 people to tune in essentially, and then I'm good to go. Yeah, understandable. Okay. Well, we can shoot some ideas here. So we got a few days until 2026. So we've got a number of options here. We could do like a Wheel of the Year spread for 2026. I could do that for anyone. I also got stuff for like deciding options, if you have any things like that. If you have a project that you're working on, there's a Road to Success spread that I have, or even a project spiral, an advice spread, 3-card spread, self-love spread, Jungian tarot spread if you're into Jungian psychology. A lot of time of year spreads, there's 4 quarters and a calendar spread that I've invented. Wheel of the Year, that one's one I've used for a long time. Divine Guidance for Change. Cat's Paw spread that I got from one of my friend's decks. 5-star card spread. Chakra spread, working with deity. I've got a bunch of spreads here. Close to the J, like Carl Jung. the psychologist. So he's the one who made like stuff like shadow work very popular. So he, as well as one of his patients, who later became a psychologist herself, Sabina Schwerlein, um, they're the ones who made archetypal psychology very popular. Especially if you look at it in terms of fairy tales and the like. But yeah, I do not remember how I found this, where I found this. I'm sure if I look through like my other notebooks, I think it was probably um, it's probably that Emerald website that I often look through. Let me see if I can remember what that Emerald Lotus Divination. That's what it's called. I probably found this spread on Emerald Lotus Divination. It's really good. It's a really good site for free tarot spreads if you ever want to try it out yourself. But I think that's where I found this one in particular. But yeah, it's a 5-card spread, and it's very much about it's very much a self-reflection kind of spread. So it has 5 cards typically, and it each represents a psychological aspect of oneself. So we got the persona for number 1, which, I mean, if you know the game Persona, you might have an idea already what that is. But basically, it's like someone's perception, be it self-perception or the perception they project onto others. Then there's the shadow, which is the hidden aspects. Then you got the anima, which is divine feminine, usually within a masculine figure. Then, which is kind of funny considering if you think about Assassin's Creed, the device is called the Animus, even though the Animus is about the divine masculine, usually within a feminine embodiment. So technically it should have been called an anima, since Desmond's the one using it, but tomato. In this case, it also covers, for the anima, it covers happiness, and then animus, it covers drives and duties. And then, number 5, we got the 5th card in the center. It's basically the self, like the truth within it all. The true self and what you truly want underneath all of this. Of course, with psychology, it's debatable, because there's some people who think that if you try to find one true self in the middle of all of that, you're going to end up disappointed, or you're just going to confuse yourself even more, because we contain multitudes. We can't just narrow ourselves down to one thing, which absolutely I agree with that assessment. Like, there's so many things that we enjoy as human beings. It's like we can't put it down to just one word or one thing or one occupation for the rest of our lives. Some people can find a calling towards an occupation. Okay, so then congratulations. You at least have it easier than most of us in this world. But most of us don't have that. And so this is where exploring life comes in. On the other hand, though, there are some basic desires that we all have, even if we identify with certain things, like be it certain communities or certain types of living, etc. So there's some, in long story short, there are some things that are very simple, and then there are other things where we're probably going to take hours figuring this out, if not years. So it's a lot. It's a lot. You think so? Okay. All right. Let's give it a go. So, Youngie and Pool for Tantalus Studios. Let me get my camera up real quick here. It's been a hot minute since I've used this thing, so that's gonna be fun. All right. Oh, I just need to get my face. Get my face up here. Because I'm not seeing myself. Okay. I think it was this one? This one. I don't remember anymore. I'm in trouble. Okay. For now, I'm just going to I'm going to use this camera here. No, it's not what I typically use. It's only what I've got for now, and then I'll adjust it back to the correct version once we get going. But in the meantime, let's get this baby up. Okay, there we go. And just tilt this downward. Zoom up a little bit. Okay. Let me see how far this goes. So it looks like get up to the middle portion. All right, let's do this. Copy. Yes. Okay. So we got like basically the entire square in the middle here. Ugh. And my foot fell asleep. Okay. I'll bring myself a little bit closer. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that'll be interesting. So, this is what we got here. So, we're doing this spread here, the Jungian Tarot spread. So, here's a little bit of a zoom in on what we're pulling here. So, persona, which is about perception. Shadow, which is about hidden aspects. Anima, which is like divine feminine, as well as happiness. Animus, which is divine masculine, as well as drives and duties. And then the middle is the self. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, there we go. True self and wants. So, here we go. And my foot really fell asleep. Pins and needles. Okay. Well, I know once I get off the manual, it'll be just trying to give myself a little bit of geometry here so I know for sure where I can actually spot plates here. Whoop. Got a jumper here. Whoop. Another. We'll come to that in just a moment. Maybe just something like this. I try to feel like any temperature difference or gravitation. Like if my hand feels kind of hot towards a certain area, that means I should go for it. I know not everybody does that. Some people do like the pull from the top, which sometimes I do that. Sometimes I do that, but then I still feel as if my logical mind kind of gets in the way, and so I get like nervous, like, am I pulling the right thing, or am I just BSing? So doing kind of a double blind kind of deal where I first shuffle and then where I shuffle and then I spread out and pull. It kind of shuts my logical brain off for a little while and then allows me to focus on just pulling. Going here. Anything else for me now? I'm feeling something over here. Okay. Alright. I think that's pretty much it for now. Okay. Let me pull up my camera real quick. Okay. So, we got 3 jumpers here. And I got 1 extra card for in terms of the animus. That's going to be interesting to look at. But for right now, I'm going to pull these a little bit closer. There we go. So here's what we got for you in terms of the Jungian tarot spread. So, first we got the persona, which is about perception. Be it what you project onto others, in terms of how you want to be perceived, or maybe how you see yourself in relation to the world. Now, I will confess, I haven't played or really checked out any of the Persona games, but I heard it's a pretty good game in terms of if you want to find out more about some tarot archetypes at work, especially, and certainly in terms of like Jungian psychology. The Shin Megami Tensei Persona games are very, very useful in terms of that. So this is more so to tell myself, as well as telling you maybe it might be worth checking out. But anyway, for the Persona, we've got the Page of Pentacles. Okay, so let me get you to focus. There we go. I'm not used to doing this, so like it's been a little bit since I've used this camera, so a bit of an adjustment. But yeah, Page of Pentacles. So the Pentacles, this is actually the 3rd time I've pulled this card. I might need to like freshen up the deck a little bit because like I've gotten a few repeat offenders here in terms of this deck, and Page of Pentacles is one of them. But Pentacles usually about material aspects, and the Page of Pentacles is about trustworthiness, being studious, but also down to earth and being willing to enjoy the fruits of your labor or just worldly things. So there's very much this sense of wanting to be perceived as having your stuff together or being intelligent in some ways. And or you're trying to give the impression as such. Which, I mean, I'm looking at your real life. You do have a lot together, a lot more together than you think you do. And here's a little bit of clarification in terms of this stuff. Like, even among all of these kinds of projections, so to speak, all of these projections that we have always have some aspect of truth in it. So maybe you might think, or you might give an impression that's one thing, but then another thing shows up by itself. So, to clarify, the stuff surrounding the self, it's not a lie. It's one aspect of several that you are experiencing or showing. So, it's not a lie. So, there truly is an aspect of you that does have the smarts, that does have the capability of enjoying worldly things. Even if, like, maybe from a perception of, like, your community, or from living, or just from your own litmus, it might not seem that way. Something to think about, something to ponder. But yeah, Page of Pentacles. It's very much about relishing in that worldly knowledge and worldly goods. In this case, very much about intelligence. Using your resources wisely. There we go. Anyway, next up, we got the shadow. Hidden aspects. Now, for the shadow, shadow work is pretty common on YouTube philosophy and spiritual philosophies and, well, journaling, really. But it's not limited to, like, negative stuff or unacknowledged childhood stuff, per se. The shadow also covers aspects that maybe in certain circumstances they wouldn't have been acceptable, so to speak. Or it wouldn't have been the right time to express a certain trait, but in other periods it may be necessary to pull that out. Like, maybe, for example, this is just an example here. You might be considered more agreeable or much softer in regular circumstances, but your shadow might have a bit more of a fight to your personality, a bit more bite, a little bit more of a sting, so to speak. And occasionally that sting comes out, be it in your art or a clapback. It's not a complete suppression. The part that makes the shadow dangerous if it's suppressed for too long. That's where it becomes a problem. Or you look at it more as an opponent rather than as an ally. So, with that, the shadow, we got the Six of Wands. So, I sometimes feel with between the Six of Wands and the Page of Pentacles, they're almost two sides of the same coin, probably because the positions between these two cards feel very similar, so to speak. Because both are on top of hills. Both are crowned, so to speak, in their authorities. The Pentacles are about material possessions. Whereas with the Wands, it's more about passion. And especially with Six of Wands, it's about victory and success. And especially about success in terms of an external regard. And it's kind of a twofold thing where it's a call for you to enjoy your wins, but then simultaneously don't get lost in the sauce of hubris or self-importance. Like, don't get lost in the ego. But I think in this case, because it's hitting the shadow side here, it's more so a call for you to not suppress your pride so much. Because in a world like this where we tend to get so caught up with our egos and bravados and stuff, especially if you're interested in spirituality, and spirituality gives such a deep sense of humility that you're expected to have. There's almost a sense of like, if you're even proud of, I might be projecting here, but when it comes to like having a certain achievement or having a certain lifestyle, etc., there's this sense of like humility that you have to project to not match the worldly expectation or the worldly perception of success. So you almost kind of have to like tamp down on the pride to maintain this facade of humility or this image of humility. And this landing in the shadow aspect, I feel like it's a call for you to actually, it's actually the opposite. It's actually an opposite warning that I'm getting from this, is more so stop suppressing your pride, because it's killing your spirit to work as a result. So allow yourself to be proud of what you've achieved and celebrate those massive wins you've had. Be it in your career, be it in streaming, be it in anything, especially if it doesn't really hit the traditional markers of success. Be it becoming an Olympian or some equivalent of that in our mundane lives. I'm feeling like the Six of Wands is a call for you to start enjoying your success more. Be like, yeah, I actually did that. I actually did that with my own hands or my ideas, etc. That's one way of putting it. Yeah. That's one way of putting it. Yeah, I think here landing in the shadow position, I think it's like a call for you to like give yourself permission to actually acknowledge how much work you put into this thing and how well it turned out, because you at least had a guiding hand in it, at least one of several guiding hands. Of course, don't be afraid to acknowledge like the other hands that have played into it, but don't underplay your part in it as well. That's what it feels like it's a call for some sense of acknowledgement, a thirst for some sort of acknowledgement that it's okay for you to admit. So that's what I'm getting with the shadow card here. So next up, we've got the anima, which is divine feminine and happiness. So very much the emotional aspect. The receptive aspect of you. And we've got the Four of Cups. So the Four of Cups, it's a little bit sad of a card. I kind of get this feeling of like the grass is greener on the other side sort of deal, because there's often like a hyper focus of, I mean, especially if you look at the traditional Rider-Waite Smith deck, there's often a hyper focus on the one cup, but there's a forgetfulness of the other three that are still, the one cup that's spilled, that there's like a forgetfulness of the other three that are still upright. Or, yeah, in this case, when I look at this, it kind of reminds me of the myth of Narcissus a little bit. Oh, Oh man, I am very familiar. I'm very familiar with this energy because that was me through a good chunk of my 20s. The support class. Like, at least it's a little bit higher than what I was originally because I mean, this is very D&D from what you were talking about here, or D&D or RPG kind of thing with like support class. For me, it's more acting metaphors. Like I couldn't even call myself a supporting role sometimes. I looked at myself as more like an extra in my own life. Like I wasn't even a main character. I didn't feel like a main character in my own life for a good little bit. Which I know it's weird to think of myself that way. But that's how I thought of myself for a while. And so like already that's a big difference right there. That's a huge ace in the hole. So pat yourself on the back. Um but yeah, allow yourself to feel bigger than you usually would in your life. It's okay to embrace that. And the Four of Cups, I think there's a little bit. It's a little bit mixed. Again, what I'm getting with this one because the Four of Cups, it's the risk of self-absorption, like getting too sucked into one definition of happiness that it turns into almost navel gazing. You're forgetting on what's around you for a little while, getting lost in the sauce, and the world seems gray, more mundane in comparison to what's going on the inside. So the anima, I'm feeling like it's a call for you to start expanding what your definition of happiness is. As the impression I'm getting, especially with the first two cards up here, is there's this narrow casting that's occurring. When it comes to how you define your happiness, especially in terms of external definitions. Case of the support class comment that you mentioned earlier. So I'm feeling like, as a result, it's making your self-perception feel a little small and gray in comparison. So I feel like it's a call for you to start expanding beyond the social construction of what happiness is supposed to look like and start cultivating what it is that you call happiness. Albeit making sure it's not getting to the point of navel gazing, but hopefully I'm making sense. And I'm getting a bit of an urge to look at the first jumper that we got here, because I feel like it's going to tie in a little bit with this, which is the Magician, which is the one that kind of got turned up right here. And the Magician, it's one of the most, it's one of the most, I think, one of the most powerful cards in this deck, besides the World and a few others. But the Magician is very much about cultivating your own fate. I mean, there's a reason why the Rider-Waite-Smith edition of the Magician tends to be the trademark image of the tarot whenever you pull it out. But essentially, the Magician is basically that old guy from like the first Legend of Zelda game, where he's like, it's too dangerous to go out alone. Here, take this. And in this case, rather than a Hyrulean sword or a piece of the Triforce, it's more so a reminder of your own power, your own creativity, that you have the power in your hands to create the fate or create the life that you've always wanted to lead. And so likewise, I mean, here, anima, I mean, I talk about happiness here, or divine feminine. And it's so easy to get stuck in like the circumstances or the story that you were fed, when you can actually start rewriting or editing the story that you've been fed to something that actually works in your favor. That's what I'm seeing here. So moving on to Animus, we'll get to these other two jumpers in just a moment. But I felt like I feel like I needed to like go into more depth in terms of the Magician. So hopefully I'm making sense here. But now we'll get to the Animus, which I got two cards here, which is about the Divine Masculine as well as drives and duties. So like the actions and the motivations behind said actions. So the first card we got here underneath, we've got the Five of Pentacles. Interesting. And then the other one, we've got the Star. Okay, wow, okay. This is getting deep here. So, okay, so like we've mentioned earlier, Pentacles, we got the material matters element of Earth. Then we got the Six of Wands, element of fire, which is about passion and drives. Then we got Four of Cups. We got the Cups, which is about emotions, element of water. And then the Magician and the Star, they're both major arcana cards, which means they're major plot lines in the Querent story. And in the case of the Animus, about drives and duties, I'm feeling a yin-yang of sorts, a bit of a tug of war, so to speak, because the star traditionally, it tends to be like it's like a guide, so to speak, a wish granted kind of card, where you have these dreams, you have these aspirations that you're working towards, like you're wishing upon this star to fulfill whatever faith in your dreams or the future that you want to live, and finding contentment and peace even within all the chaos of trying to fulfill your dreams. And the Five of Pentacles, I feel like there's kind of this simultaneous, this stark reality, stark realization that there's this sense of falling short of certain needs, be it financial in this case. I feel like financial or material in this case, or this sense of just not keeping up where you're supposed to be. There's this awareness of this sense of precarious insecurity, be it emotional insecurity, because I mean you see like this person in the corner kind of nodding off, and then even like kind of looking down, and even the fifth pentacle here is not as bright as compared to the other four on the very top. It just feels like a hollow sense of this kind of discontentment of like where we are now versus where we should be. But then it's also missing like the butterfly of like you can still have this within you. Like there's still this beauty right in front of you. So it feels like there's a stark contrast of like what you should be doing versus what you would like to do, with where you want to work towards. On the other hand, though, I also feel like there's this sense of even despite the tribulation that you're going through, whatever, if there is a tribulation you're going through, because not that kind of reader, remember, but even if there is a tribulation you're going through, you still have the hope that somehow you'll get to the other side. That is your dream. That is what you want to pursue. Be it a desired career, a desired income, etc. That's still a possibility. So let that possibility be your North Star. And financial difficulties or material difficulties or the stark reality of what your situation is, that can get exhausting. It's okay to acknowledge that. And also, do not let your present reality color a possible future outcome. This is something that I'm working on too, by the way, because there are so many times where I felt like this woman in the corner, personally, but remembering that those things that I've always enjoyed, that I've always wanted to do, they're still right there. They're still there waiting for me. Like, whatever I'm seeking is seeking me too. So whatever you're seeking is seeking you as well. I'm feeling that's what a reminder of these two, especially this one, is a reminder of that whatever you're seeking, whatever you want, it is seeking you too, even if it looks like it isn't. So don't lose hope. Keep trying. So finally, in terms of this spread here, we got true self and wants, the self, right in the middle. And we've got temperance. I like this version of temperance too, because we got this really cool dragons at the top, and then you got this temperance angel on the bottom. So the true desire is being able to balance all of these forces, that you want to be able to acknowledge what it is that you truly want in your life. You also want to maintain the positive regard from other people, and then also making sure the reality and your dreams, they manage to balance each other out. And so that's why I'm feeling like the call of the magician kind of comes into play, as well as temperance, is the call for you to start. I know it's a little bit of a, it feels like a little bit of a poetry soup, so to speak, but I'm feeling like it's a call for you to start playing around with these forces and see what comes up. A balance of these opposites, and putting these perceived or conceptualized opposites towards a purpose, a mission. Finding a way for all these perceived contradictions of all these messages to combine and work together. I just made it sound like the Planeteers and Captain Planet, just saying that now. Granted, we have not come across any swords in here, but that might change with these two. We'll see. But all these powers combined. All these powers and perceptions combined can make one powerful self. So I say start exploring. Start exploring those things you've really been interested in. Maybe explore how others see you in the grand scheme of things. Get to know yourself. What makes you tick? What makes you excited? What gets you down, etc. Maybe take a time and really look at your situation. Like, look at the numbers. Look at the things that you've made, etc. Look at what's in front of you, like what's actually there, and then what do you hope to achieve? Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time, but take some time to actually see the whole picture of your situation, like what's actually in front of you. And then that will make it easier to figure out what forces you need to wield and what mission you want to work towards. I don't know why the word mission's coming up. I'm thinking of the song Mission by Queen Herbie. If I happen to pull that out, that'll be hilarious. But we'll see. I'm feeling pulling this out is going to be pretty good. I'm unfortunately not gonna, I'm probably not going to be able to listen to the track for you, but actually, maybe I might be able to. I just may have to mute the audio section for a few seconds. Or turn off the camera for a few seconds. But I'm feeling maybe pulling something from here. Hail to the Queen! What message shall you bring me? And then we'll get through those two as well. So I'm feeling... Okay. Sade in the 90s. Allergic to the BS. I know this song, thankfully. There's especially the line in the chorus. I used to give an F, now I'm jaded. I'm allergic to the BS. Obviously, I have to censor it for the sake of be keeping it friendly here. But anyway, it talks about like the song talks about how, if I'm remembering the lyrics correctly, it's very much the summary of this reading, so to speak, where it kind of gives it gives a little bit of a description of at first I gave such a damn about everything until I realized what really gets me satisfied. What really gets me satisfied, what makes me happy, and it's really not the things people say that makes me happy. And here's what makes me happy. Like things like orange soda, Deepak Chopra meditations. And frankly, we just need to keep it moving. But yeah, that's the perception I'm getting. It's just allows you to admit like what actually makes me happy. It doesn't have to be the same thing that everybody else does. Like, I realized today I forgot how much I actually enjoy watching sports, not just playing them, even though I don't really play them too much. Now, granted, it brings out a competitive side of me that is kind of awkward for me to admit, but I still enjoy it. I mean, it's something that a stereotypical nerd like me doesn't really think about, but I like sports, okay? I appreciate athletics. I like watching Simone Biles as much as I did Michelle Kwan back in the 90s. Which is kind of funny, I say, but the song's literally called Shot in the 90s. Keep it suave like I'm shot in the 90s. But yeah, that's the vibe. It's like, basically just give a little less of a damn of what you're supposed to be happy and look at the things that actually make you happy. That's much I'm getting with this one. And I'm going to get to these two in a moment, but I want to say hi to Vanna Not White. That is such a cool name. I was another person. I used to be a big Wheel of Fortune fan. I watched that show all the time. Growing up, it was always Jeopardy, then Wheel of Fortune. I mean, it's still the case even now, I think, last I checked. But yeah, I used to watch that show all the time, so that name's a huge throwback. Thank you, Vanna Not White, for showing up. So I got these last two jumpers here. Let's see what they are. So our first non-unknown jumper here, we've got the Knight of Pentacles. And I know it's kind of funny when we talked about Vanna Not White, and yet I was just thinking about like the phrase of white knighting, where it's very much about Um, I mean, the knights and the pages are very much about leaping before looking, and then the royals are kind of vice versa, look before you leap. And, excuse me, I'm feeling like with Knight of Pentacles, there's very much about this. I mean, again, the word mission seems to be coming up for me. Like the word mission, it be it a mission statement or an action towards a vision. That's the thing that's really been coming up in my head. Like there's this sense of a person knowing what they want and going for it. And in the case of this Knight of Pentacles image, it's a dragon, like a tame. It's not really like a slaying, SLAY and ING, like a slaying of the dragon, more so of a taming, a slaying, SLEIGHING. A slaying of the dragon, not a slaying of the dragon. It's like a, not really a taming, but like at least there's a direction towards your energy. That's what I'm feeling. It's like there's this clear vision of exactly what you want, and once you actually get there, you are going to hit the mark. That's the feeling I'm getting with this. And so, once again, it is learning how to wield the forces and how to balance all of this. That's going to be your important tool here. And finally, last but not least, we got. I did say we did not pull out a sword yet. We got our swords. Swords are element of air, and it is about logic, and the swords are especially effective when you do have the skillful means of cutting away the BS. And we got two knights here, the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords. So clearly, you're very sure of where you want to go. It's just the wherewithal and the how to get there. And well, this is rushing headlong into goals, in this case, about material goals. And this one is very much about ideology, defending what it is that you think and you feel and what you believe in, defending what you believe in. And it's very much getting to the heart, getting to the point of the matter. And so I think this is a call for you to start refining what it is that you truly believe in. And more importantly, start defending it, start acting towards it. And most importantly, not take the opposition too personally. Not take contrary opinions personally. Because it doesn't mean that your opinion is like, as long as it's not harmful. It doesn't mean that your opinion is incorrect or improper. It's just different. As long as you're living. As long as you're living the life you want to lead and you're not harming yourself or others. That's the important part when you're pursuing your own destiny. So, that's what I got here for the Jungian Tarot spread. I know this was a lot. And I hope at least it gives you a little bit of introspection during the last few days of 2025 and into 2026. That was deep AF. But that is Tantalus Studios. And with that, our next person, we got Vanna Not White. That is such a cool name. I'm not gonna live that down, honestly. And we had We had 6 people tune in earlier. We're down to 5, but still, that is a good number of people. Anytime. I love doing this. Yeah, I mean, this certainly has made me think about how I present myself to the world and how I want to live my life. You know what I mean? Like, these readings, I feel like I learned stuff about myself after all of this. Yeah, let me write down the song, because I mean, this one's a good one and it's pretty easy to find. So, Sade in the 90s. And honestly, I even recommend just listening to Sade's songs, period, because her music is amazing. I mean, like, this woman is like it's like a dark horse when it comes to artistry. Like, she could be sleeping for a decade. It's literally what happened with Soldier of Love. She just basically went absent for a decade since Lovers Rock, and then drops an album for the first time in a decade, and everyone flocks to it. That's how good she is. Huh. So I've been seeing this guy exclusively, and I was telling him I wanted to move at a pace that makes sense. I think he was trying to be chivalrous, but he sent a screenshot of a previous woman he dated asking him to hook up, but he rejected her. I think he realizes it was TMI because rejection was more of a, hey, I'm exclusive with someone, sorry, but if it doesn't work out, you've got my number. He panicked and told me he does take this seriously, but I haven't responded to his message because I'm kind of pissed that he said that. He claims he was letting her off easy, I just want to know what he's thinking right now. I'm not really the kind of reader just like presuming what someone's thinking per se, but I think I feel a bit better gotcha. That makes sense. I'm not exactly like the kind of person that like presumes what someone's thinking, but I could do a compatibility spread if that's all right with you. So, I don't know if you saw the chat like a few hours earlier, like an hour earlier. But there was somebody who asked me about like, there's this guy that I want that I want to ask like how he feels about me, Sagittarius kind of deal, that kind of stuff. Not exactly my area. It's above my pay grade. I'm not exactly comfortable with like presuming how someone else thinks, like that kind of stuff. However, something like this, where you talked about like a circumstance and seeing if an action is sincere. I mean, seeing if an action is sincere, I can't exactly presume that per se. But what I can look at, however, is the dynamics in terms of what desires could be coming up. Because I can't really presume anything unless like you start asking the questions, start interacting. Because like my main thing is empowerment, not presumption. If I happen to get it spot on, I kind of consider it hitsuzen. Well, an inevitability or a thing that you need to know at this moment. But in terms of whether that's actually true or not, you're not going to know until you literally ask or you literally try. But just for the writing right now, I mean, on the one hand, he did reject this person, but on the other hand, though, yeah, already it just feels really weird to me. I don't know. So, I've got a compatibility spread here, which just talks about... Yeah. that's what I'm getting immediately. It's like it's more, it just feels more like a catch kind of deal. But I do have this compatibility spread here, and maybe I'll come to a more solid conclusion with that. But I still, once again, not 100%. I'm not feeling 100% good about it unless you actually give a litmus. But ultimately, at the end of the day, what I want you to do, regardless of what I pull here, is to trust your instincts. Okay? Trust your instincts, trust your intuition. Because that can never steer you wrong. Like, don't overthink it sometimes. Because you might have spared yourself quite a bit. But hopefully with this, it gives you a little bit more data. So, on the left side, we've got you, Vanna, not white. The other one is this guy that you are questioning. And then in the middle is basically differences. So, basically not differences. Emotional compatibility, physical compatibility, mental compatibility. And then bottom here is differences, similarities. So, this is what we got here. So, it's about 7 cards. That was clumsy. Huge mistake there. Okay. Anyways, usually if it's a huge spill like that, I am not focused here. Let me get myself some water real quick. I've been talking quite a bit. Excuse me. Thanks to all of you for tuning in, by the way. I really appreciate it. This is the last one of 2025. I don't usually do Sundays, but I might add Sundays for all I know. We'll see. But one thing's for sure. It's not the end of the tarot spreads for sure. Like, I am going to keep doing this. Clearly, it's one of the most popular things. But the gaming started to pick up too. But clearly the tarot's where it's at, so I'm going to continue doing this on the weekends because I love doing it. I love doing it, and clearly y'all love watching it, so I'm going to keep going. And by the way, this is 1,000% free, by the way, because I recognize once upon a time, I was a broke college student, and then I was a broke grad student. Not everybody could afford a reading. At one point, the only thing I could afford was tarot for tips at my local metaphysical shop. So, I want people, regardless of your financial situation, if you can't donate or you can't go to my shop, it's okay. This is still going to be an option regardless. Whether you're a broke nerd or flush nerd or anywhere in between, you are welcome at my table, okay? That is my big. That's my MO right here. I want my community to be healed and empowered. Okay. I want y'all to feel like you can conquer the world. That's my aim. If I can help somebody feel a little better about themselves, even if there might be some tough love involved, because I mean, let's face it, these cards can be blunt. Okay, they can be blunt AF. Like, these cards have smacked me upside the head sometimes of like, girl, you've been in denial of some things you need to look at dead in the eye, okay? I've had a few close calls with some of these readings, but it was stuff that I needed to hear in that moment. So, yeah, the last thing, especially the last thing that we need right now, especially in this era, in this economy, is for people to not be able to have access to spiritual tools or spiritual support because they don't have a few cents to put together. Let's not restrict ourselves with that. Yeah, absolutely. So, if anybody's into numerology, also thanks Tonsilla Studios for the donation. Thank you so much for that. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So 2025 is like, if anybody's into numerology, I've only recently gotten into it, by the way, or like kind of a passing interest, so to speak. 2025 is a 9-year, which usually in 9s are a number of completion. So like things are coming to an end. So it feels like if the cycles or old things are starting to come up that need to be kind of capped, or it feels like things are kind of more of a rough, this is like a rough cruise ship experiencing some turbulence. That's why. One thing that I recommend, let me see if I can pull it up here. This is really good video by Bailey Varnell. There's this one, it's like this YouTube astrologer that I've been watching for a while. She recently came out with this video, about your personal year. Let me copy it properly here. And it talks about like how you'll experience 2026, like what your overarching theme is. So what I recommend at some point is checking that video out. So what you're going to do is you're going to add your birth date and the year. The year is a 10/1 year, which is basically new beginnings. And so it's basically your birthday plus the 1. So for example, for me, my birthday is August 7th. So 8 plus 7, that's 15. That's 15. Then add 1, that's 16. And then boil it down to a single digit. So 1 plus 6, down to 7. So 2026, starting from my birthday, it's a 7-year. So I listen to number 7 and also number 6. Because currently I'm in the 6th year right now. Until next year. Until August next year. So listen to those 2 parts if it happens to add up to that. Only exception is if it's a master number. 11, 22, or 33. Because those are master numbers. If you add things up and it ends up in 11, 22, or 33, don't reduce it any further. Just go to those numbers. I don't remember the reason why that's the case, but yeah. I think it's like 11, 22, and 33 are basically the properties of 2, 4, and 6 amplified. If I remember my numerology correctly. So my knowledge is a little basic of numerology. But that's what I understood anyway. So, anyway, I have been blabbing quite... You're also 7? We are in for it, y'all. We are in for it. Because, I mean, the 6 year already is kind of... Oh, your knowledge is basic. Okay, yeah. You and me both. Yeah, my knowledge is kind of basic. Your life path 1. Okay. So... Let's see if I remember what it is. So my life path, I believe, is a 9, but my destiny's an 11. It's a little weird. I need to get, like, a professional, I think, to break this down for me. Because it's a lot. There's a lot that I don't know. But astrology and human design, I'm starting to understand that a lot more. Like, human design I just got into, like earlier this year. I even got this reading got a human design, like a basic human design reading from Queen Herbie the astrologer, funnily enough, who actually designed these cards. Shabala, Queen of Lions. Shout out to her. She actually does this for free too, if you're super early on in your journey. So highly recommend looking her up, because like she's really nice. And here's the funniest thing. Well, also as well, she actually was the one who came up with the idea of using using Queen Herbie's songs as a mode of prediction, to like figure out like what phase a person is on their spiritual journey. So if you mention that I sent you over with these songs and these tracks, like see what you relate to in these tracks that I pull out for you, I think she'll have a great time. Okay, so yours adds up to 34. So you take it as 4 plus 1 equals 5, if I have that right. Okay. Wait. Okay. Remind me, you're a September birthday, right? It's been a hot minute. Yeah, because what date's your birthday, Tantalus Studios? I forgot. Okay, 925. So yeah, 5 2. Yeah, so yeah, it's 2 5 then 7, and then you add the 7 to the 9, which is 16, and then you add one more, which is 17, and then you add the 7 and the 1. That's 8. So your year's an 8. You're an 8. So you're currently in the thick of a 7. So, I mean, if you really want to go all the way with it, 2026, if you add 2026 together, like in terms of those single digits, that adds up to a 10, which is a 1 year. So that's why I just used 1. So 9 plus 2 plus 5. That's down to like 11, 16. Then add one more, that's 17. And then add those two, it's 8. So you're an 8-year Nautilus Studios. I'm having a hard time with this one. Well, yeah, I love Bailey Barnell's videos. Like besides that one, she also does these breakdowns of. She also does these breakdowns of your birth chart too, if you want. Be it personal readings or like the videos. Like the videos have these really good summaries of like. Yes, 9 plus 2 plus 5, and then you add the 1 for 2026, because that's what 2026 boils down to. You got it. Yeah, because if you did 9 plus 25, that would make it 34. Which, actually, come to think of it, hold on. 9 plus 25, that goes down to 34, and then 35, and then that still adds up to 8. What? That's hilarious. It adds the same thing regardless. Because if you do 9 plus 25, that brings you down to 34, and then you add one more, which is 35, and then 5 plus 3, 8. Versus 9 plus 2, which is 11, and then you add 5, which is 16, and then you add 1, which is 17. 1 plus 7 equals 8. So you were going to get the same number regardless. So you weren't too incorrect in that case. Yeah, I think you were just gonna get you were gonna get the same number regardless. I think either way you still would have gotten it. All good, all good. Honestly, already with this, I'm having a hard time pinning down this guy. Because usually I have an easy time, like, pulling these cards, and yet for some reason I'm just having a hard time with him. So, I usually don't presume chemistry, but already I'm not feeling it. But that might be just me, though. Let's see what we got here. So for context, everybody, ladies, gents, and they, thems, and wherever else you identify on the spectrum that is gender, we are going through a compatibility spread here. So we got 7 cards exactly, which is very rare for me, if anybody has seen my readings before. But essentially for this, we just got to figure out Vanna's situation, what I can recommend at this time. In terms of this. So, we've got your wants in the relationship, this guy's wants in the relationship, differences, similarities, emotional, physical, and mental compatibility. So, here we go. Let's find out what's going on, shall we? So first off, you, Vanna's not white, your wants in the relationship. I am taking a nod in terms of your namesake. Now I wish I got the bing from the letters. Let us make sure we do not get bankrupt. We do not go bankrupt up in here. I'm a game show fiend. I used to watch the Game Show Network as a pastime when I was a kid. Can you tell? Anyway. First off, we got Justice. This is a card I rarely pull, so congratulations. You are in the Rare Cards Club here. Yeah, the Scroll and the Libra. Scroll. The Quill and the Libra. That's the part that's standing out to me in terms of this card. And Justice. Yeah, I mean, considering what you just described about this person, I'm feeling like there's something. I feel like there's something that needs to be corrected. And yeah, long story short, yeah, which is basically what this card means. It's like it's like a balance. You're desiring a balance, and I think in this case, I'm feeling like as if you want this guy to take accountability for what he's been portraying. Like if he wants a true relationship with you, he's got to make that abundantly clear. I mean, him saying no, that's the big thing right there. I mean, he could have just taken the bait and walked off, but he didn't. I mean, him saying no already is a point in his favor, but I know that's like for most people that's like the bare minimum is just saying no. Like the bar's in hell. Yeah. The bar's in hell. But yeah, I feel like there's just been this call of yeah. I feel like it's a call for responsibility that you want from this person. So I can't say 100% for sure because, again, I'm not in the thick of the situation. But let's see what this person's wants could be. Bare minimum, this could be a good talking point if you do decide to see this person again. Because, I don't know. Ultimately, it's your decision, whatever you feel comfortable doing. But this is what I perceive might be going on. Six of Wands. I think I need to clarify for this one, actually, because that's a little confusing. 1 second. Clarifier on the Six of Wands. Okay. That's a little too many. 1 second. I'm being very clumsy here. He was supposed to come over at New Year's, and now I'm kind of like, do I want a ghost? How long have you known this person? Out of curiosity. Got a couple here. It's been a month. Okay, so pretty early on. Yeah, it's kind of mixed bag because it's like on the one hand it's early on, but on the other hand, you don't want to waste too much of your time either. Okay, so I got a couple of clarifiers here. So we got the Two of Swords and the Page of Cups. So, okay. So, I don't know if you were I don't know if you were here earlier for Council Studios' reading, but the Six of Wands, it's about victory and triumph, but then also it's also kind of a warning. It's like a double-edged kind of card, where on the one hand it's about victory, but yeah, also exactly, it's also about your ego and pride, it's a warning of not giving in to hubris. While when Tantalus Studios is reading, in his case it was more so about allowing himself to be a bit more prideful. In this case, it's like there's kind of a brink of there's almost a sense of again, I'm not going to presume here. I think it's best to go with what evidence you see presented in front of you and get clarification when you can. But I'm getting a little bit of a sense of thank goodness I won this person over, so to speak. In terms of who this person won over, I can't tell who, whether it's you or someone else. Clearly, it's not you, though, with the way you're questioning the relationship. But these two cards here, this is where kind of a question mark kind of comes in. Because first we got the Two of Swords, which Two of Swords kind of comes as, Two of Swords is a stalemate or impasse kind of card, where, neither side's winning. There's no clear winner in a debate. There's, two ideas or two concepts or fields of logic that are conflicting with each other. Now, in terms of what the conflict is, I don't know. Whether it's between you and this other person, or whether or not he'd be able to continue or respect your space, etc. I can't tell what the conflict is. There's something maybe in his life, or something that he's currently working through, that there's a bit of a conflict. There's some sort of internal conflict going on. In terms of what it is, I can't tell what it is. But the other card that has come up is the Page of Cups. And the cups are about emotions and intuition. And the Page of Cups in this case is very much about romance. It is very much about romantic energy. And it's very sentimental. And according to this book, it also means she's a true romantic at heart and listens to the still voice from deep inside that speaks with understanding and intuition. So, maybe he feels insecure because he hasn't been in a serious relationship in 5 or 6 years. He is divorced. Yeah, that could be a factor here. And maybe this may be giving him too much of the benefit of the doubt. Maybe because of that inexperience, he might have revealed a bit too much of his hand too quickly. Where it's like, see, I said no to this person. But on the other hand, though, like you said, there were tactful ways of going about it. Yeah, it does show kind of. I think that's where the conflict is coming in. So, I think maybe some clarification would be warranted. Be it asking him some questions or observing how he responds in certain situations. And especially when it comes to self-improvement, yeah. I only came across this one piece of advice, like, from this one YouTuber who's like a matchmaker that I came across. The biggest indicator as to whether or not you should like move forward with somebody, from what I've heard from this person, then again, take this with a grain of salt because I myself am single. But from what I've heard, oftentimes a good indicator as to whether this might be a good thing to keep going or maybe move on from the romantic space, at least, is how they respond to feedback. And if it's more adverse, it might be a hint as to how an actual relationship might go. But then again, I'm a little bit cautious about that too, because like it's so early on. But on the other hand, though, again, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, absolutely, you gotta set your boundaries. And also, the tricky part is trying to figure out, remembering that we all err, that we're human, that we're going to make errors somewhere. The space for what kind of errors to permit, that's the part that even I myself am trying to figure out. Let's see what the rest of this pulls, and then, yeah, I think at this point, what I'm feeling is like as if with this, it's not going to give you all the answers, but at least it'll give you something that you can work with, at bare minimum. Because it's like, at that point, you can, like, at least, like, once you got some data, at least, like, something you can work with, you could be, at that point, you can decide for yourself whether it's like, let me give this guy another shot, or congrats, you two deserve each other, I'm done. Or some weird medium of the two where it's like you move on with this person, maybe we feel like friends at bare minimum, whatever. It's your relationships are just interesting. Anyway, let's continue on. I think this is why I don't really do romantic relationships too much when it comes to my readings. But anyway, let's get back to this. So, differences. We get to number 3. We've got the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, that's the part that kind of, yeah, that feels weird. It feels very egoic, I will say. Like, I feel like there's some sort of, I feel like there's some sort of mask that he's putting on of like, because there may be some vulnerability that he's not willing to, that he hasn't been able to really crack open until now. So I'm thinking, that's why I'm feeling like the sense of ask some questions. That's the sense I'm getting. Ask some questions and you'll get more data. That being said, do not feel under obligation to save him, so to speak. Because, let me put it this way. The superheroics, they are meant for the movies, or for those who sign up for the superheroics. We are mere mortals here, though. So, do not take on too much. So that being said, in terms of differences, we got the Six of Pentacles. And what I'm feeling is that with this one is the cycle of energy, the cycle of give and take. How you two provide, be it for yourselves or for each other. Oh, the words just, there was things I had in my brain for a split second, just left my brain. Love languages, that's it. That of why I know the actually the immature babies make any advance I might consider come across as sincere and sleazy. Oh man! And meanwhile, I'm all like, when it comes to dating, I'm like, y'all meet people? Wait, y'all have lives? Y'all actually have bantering and all this stuff? Y'all have a dynamic? Like, people ask about, like, how do I approach this person? And then, like, meanwhile, I'm in the back of the room, like, y'all have people you can approach? But yeah, anyway, I'm feeling like the difference is, what I'm getting is love language from this. Now, granted, this is the Pentacles, so it's very much about, like, material matters. And in this case, it's about, like, the benefactor and those receiving the benefits. The benefactee. Is that even a word? But benefactors and who's getting the benefits. And it seems like how you two are giving and receiving the benefits is very different. Doesn't have to be exactly the same, and it doesn't have to be this one-to-one, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, like this quid pro quo kind of deal, per se. But it is better that you get as close to equal as you possibly can. In terms of, but mostly in terms of dynamic. In terms of quantity of giving and receiving, well, obviously we don't want to encourage a gap in terms of, especially when it comes to hetero couples. be it like male, female, or male, NB, female, NB, etc. Whatever other orientations there are. But essentially, bare minimum, even if you have like a different expression, there still should be some sort of sense of like, okay, I feel like this if I'm receiving a fair amount that I can live with. Right? A balance of power, so to speak. Best way I can describe it. I did not imagine I was going to have a hard time with this one, but here we are. So let's see the similarities. What's the similarities between Vanna and this other person? We got the Queen of Pentacles. So, Queen of Pentacles is one of my favorite cards in this deck because Queen of Pentacles, at least the artist who did this deck, she based it off of the goddess Lakshmi, which is the goddess of abundance. And the similarities that I'm getting between you two is there's very much a nurturing energy, from what I could tell. At least from what I pulled from this card. I can't really confirm or deny. Yeah, career drive especially could be a big deal because, I mean, this is the Queen of Pentacles. Like, money or, like, abundance is very much a big thing for you both. Like, being able to sustain yourselves is the biggest thing that I'm seeing here. How you sustain yourselves is very different, but the fact that you two sustain yourselves is a big similarity that you two share. That and also how you nurture each other through your sustenance. Those are the two similarities I'm getting here. So that part I feel is very straightforward. I mean, in terms of like, if you have if you had any issues, finances are not one of them. At least that's the vibe I'm getting from this. Finances are not one of them, from what I understand of this. Then again, feel free to tell me I'm completely off my rocker. But that's what I'm getting. Like, how you sustain yourself is different, but the fact that you're able to sustain yourselves, that's the part that I'm getting. The both of you do not have to worry as much about whether or not there's going to be food on the table. So it's going to be there. So now, we're going to get to our compatibilities. So, top is emotional, middle is physical, bottom is mental. So, emotional. We got the Two of Cups. Ah, okay. That's awesome. So, Two of Cups. So there's clearly there's very deep emotional compatibility. Like, Two of Cups is one of the best ones you can get. For that, the other one is the Ten of Cups. Because like the cups are about emotions. And Two of Cups is like one of the greatest harmonies, especially when it comes to emotional intimacy, making a connection and bringing together of opposites and deep bonding and an intimate connection. So clearly there is a bond here. Emotionally, there is a bond here that you two share. And if you can talk it out, I think it might be a good place to start. But ask some questions. Get a bit more data before you make the decision as to whether or not you want to break it off. Obviously, again, do not talk over your instincts. If you're feeling like something's off, something's off. Don't drag it out any more than necessary, but simultaneously, ask the questions you need to ask. Understandable. Totally understandable. Yeah. I really don't want to fuel into the heteros kind of deal. Or the unfortunate tendency of heteros being stuck in dynamics that just aren't healthy long term. Well, more power to you. It's difficult out here in these streets. Oh man. Meanwhile, you're talking about the ace. You're talking to the one ace person in the room here. I consider myself Demi Rose, but yeah, I'm the magical space ace in the. Yeah, we just got into the Rainbow Alliance section of the chat. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. Anyway, for physical compatibility, we got the moon. Did not think we were gonna go there, but here we are. Okay, so the moon. So the things that stand out to me with this, I always seem to think about this in terms of it, is the mask. I think about the masks, like the masks that we wear in order to be loved and liked and cared for. The distortion of perception, or like how we present ourselves. And I feel like in this case, it's a continuation of the sense of anxiety of whether or not this is going to work. There's the dream, like the sense of like dreams versus reality that I seem to be getting here. And the sense I'm getting with this card, with being in the physical position, is trying to figure out. There's this big giant unknown as to what you want to do and what's actually happening. There's a split from what I'm perceiving here. And the fantasy, the idea of what you want to do is very disorienting, for lack of a better word. The other thing that I notice whenever I see this card is the mushrooms in the bottom. Now granted, not advocating for entheogenic use per se, but like magic mushrooms, they get you into an altered state, so to speak. This is not talking from experience, by the way. It's just mainly on the research that I've done over the past few years. I have a master's in world religions. Yeah, I think it's like the concern about whether or not this is going to go well, whether you can match the actions with what you're feeling. And I think the performance anxiety is catching up, that it's forgetting about what the basis of the relationship is, which is the emotional harmony. Because that's I think if anything, this part's the more important part of the three, is like whether you can actually hang out together, you know? Like, that's just one aspect. I mean, if you find that important too, yeah, absolutely, get that discomfort out of the way. Like, actually talk it out. Get your yeses, get your nos, get your maybes. Get your consent. Get everything outlined and you know, to put it in writing, but like at least like clear the air a little bit, for what I'm feeling. But yeah, I'm feeling like as if like there's this kind of fear that what's being presented is not what's actually happening. That's this feeling that I'm getting. Be it a fear of like use and drop, or the experience is not what you hoped it was going to be. On both sides, or on one of you. I can't tell. But that's the sense I'm getting with that one. It's hitting on the physical side. Now, in terms of this last one, in terms of mental compatibility, let's see what we got here. I know I've been here for a while, so it's going to be... So thank you for being so patient with me through this process, because I know it's a lot. What about the Ace of Pentacles? There are a lot of pentacles in here, so there's very much a financial or like a material aspect that seems to be very compatible. Like you have a very, like you both have a very practical streak for you, like a very, just another word for practical, I just forgot what it was. Dang it, Mental Thesaurus, why are you not working the way you're supposed to? My uncle used this word on me. Oh, y'all are in tech. Sweet. Oh my gosh. What is that word? It is gonna bother me to Kingdom Come that I can't remember what this word is. It's a synonym to practical. I just... It is a synonym. I'm not looking for Practical Magic, even though that is a good movie. And there's a sequel coming out. Tech and writing. Sweet. What is that word? Pragmatic! That's the word I was looking for. You're both very pragmatic. Yeah, I still need to read Alice Hoffman's books. But I love the movie. When my best friend and I watched it over Halloween last year, and I am very much the my best friend's definitely the Jillian, whereas I'm the Sally. I am such a Sally, very much a Sally. But yeah, Ace of Pentacles. Mentally, there's this shared sense of pragmatism that is coming through. So the overarching picture is kind of surprising. What I'm getting is there is very much a love connection going on. I think it's genuine because the Page of Cups especially, I'm feeling like there's something underneath the surface that he's really afraid to admit. But I think between this sense of bravado that he feels like he has to project and, for lack of a better term, performance anxiety with the moon, I feel like it's like there's some things that are kind of getting in the way. And there's this kind of impasse that's happening as a result. Now, I can't tell if he is just if he's like waiting for a score or that he's hoping to settle, or just, well, maybe genuinely he feels like he's in love with you, but just because of this old paradigm that he's supposed to shed, he doesn't know how to express it. I don't know. There's like multiple things kind of coming up with this one. So ultimately, I think the biggest thing I'm getting is get more data is what I'm feeling. Ask some critical questions they need to know, and that should give you more of an answer. But right now, from what I'm getting, it feels like there's just a mask. There's a mask going on. There's some fear, is what I'm getting from this. He's trying hard to look perfect, then he's still holding the door open with painful language and his rejections, which makes it look like he's fine with either. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And sometimes if you stretch the door to open in certain things, you don't pin down what it is that is the one. It feels like as if like you're just filling in a slot rather than choosing this person. So yeah, I think it might be time to ask him some questions to find out like what he's truly looking for, and then go from there. That's the message I'm getting from this. I'm hoping that at least gives you some direction where you can go with this. But yeah, I'm just feeling like as if like this is someone who's guarding something or is scared. Because clearly he's capable of feeling. He certainly has the practical angle down. It's just there's so much unknown that he is scared of facing. And I think it's important that you face it. I mean, if you feel like if you can, face it together. Yeah, understandable. And if you feel like it's a red flag for yourself, ultimately you deserve to feel safe. You deserve to feel safe. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'd say reestablish your sense of safety and then go from there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because, like, ultimately you deserve to be happy, and even when a relationship requires work, you deserve to be able to figure out what it is you are and you're not willing to work with. Yeah. I think that also might be worth like bringing up, because like it doesn't necessarily have to be with him, but certainly in terms of making sure that when stuff like this happens, that A, you're able to put your foot down when necessary, but also B, that ultimately you're making sure that like you're not bringing too much of. Let me phrase this very carefully, as precisely as I can. Definitely keep like a note of like past behaviors you won't stand, but simultaneously don't let the emotional charge of those past relationships color your present relationship. Am I making sense here? Because like the biggest thing is to not condemn the person that's standing right in front of you with the past partner's sins, so to speak. You still have that boundary, but like see that person as that person right in front of you, not as shadow of previous person that you dated in this present person. Now you also need to also watch out for patterns that you might be coming across when it comes to dating, like making sure you're not dating the same person, the same kind of person over and over and over again. To look within, but then simultaneously, it's someone shows you who they are. Fill in the blank of whatever Dr. Maya Angelou said. Rest in peace. Anyway, that's what I got for you, Vanna Not White. I know that was a super long one, but hopefully it gives you something that you can work with. So best of luck to you. Whatever this relationship turns out to be, I hope, regardless of the outcome, that good things come to you. Of course, you are welcome, my friend. So, I think I have a little bit of energy for one more, but I am going to take a little bit of a break, so stay tuned. Gonna need a couple minutes to stretch out, drink a little bit of water, save my vocal cords a little bit, and then if anybody has any questions that you want me to pull for you, please add it in the comments, or join my Discord. And there's a tarot queue in there as well. So please feel free to tune in there. But in the meantime, please enjoy some music from Chill Hop Essentials, the raccoon one. Although I also subscribe to the Lo-Fi Girl, aka Chilled Cow. But anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. So yeah, if anybody wants to be pulled, you are welcome to stick around. So stay tuned, everybody. All right, darlings, we are back, baby. All right, much better. Okay. So, oh yeah, Vanna. I almost forgot. I wanted to pull a song for you. If you happen to still be here. Right. So a song from Queen Herbie. I'm gonna take a listen. This one. Okay, let's see what it is. Herbie House. Took some real bad karma, turned that stuff into gold. Interesting. So that song's rather short. Let me see if I can look up the lyrics itself, and then it'll give me a little bit more to work with. Give me 1 second. Herbie House. Oh, look at the Herbie House. Also, I also recommend her podcast. Yeah, the song's only 49 seconds. Let me see. So, Herbie House, I'm feeling with that one is a call for you to find your people. Be it in love, be it in friendship. Find people that get your vibe. Or at least get people to remind you of what your vibe is. That's what I got from Vanna Not White. I don't know if she's still here or not, or if they're still here. So the song is only 48 seconds, so. But yeah, it's a good one. I'm going to use it as an intro to her podcast. Her podcast is called House of Herbie. It's a fun one. It's a podcast where she covers about all these different things that she's interested in. She recently did an episode with an award-winning mixologist, which is really interesting. So, yeah. So, okay. That. Okay. So, yeah, with that, I'm pretty much open to, I think I might have enough in me for one more person. So, if anybody wants a reading from me, post it in the chat. Be it join in the queue, or just post your question. I will pull for you. These decks are getting some good use. Keep the questions coming. Okay. Or, if y'all want a bit of entertainment, albeit some very vulnerable entertainment, I could do a reading for myself on here, for all I know. Should I do that? know what? Let's make it entertaining. Maybe the reader shall be read. Let's make it a little bit more dynamic here. All right. So, I'm going to look up Okay. Here's a fun one. So, shout out to Emerald Lotus Divination for this one. So, this is the spread that I will be doing for myself since, well, it is getting to bedtime for me. And this person who founded Emerald Lotus Divination did this tarot spread before bed spread, which is a way to do tarot to finish off your day. And I admit, I haven't read for myself in a hot minute. So I'm excited to look through this. So let's see. So there's 6 cards in it. So the first 2 is about energy I'm carrying from my day and how I can release my energy before I go to sleep. Then the third through 5th is like a row, where third one is about something to reflect on from my day. 4th one is about how I could have been more mindful today. And number 5 is how I can make tomorrow great, which I absolutely need right now because I admit I have not been very productive recently for valid reasons, but still. And then finally, a symbol to pay attention to in my dreams tonight. But that's going to be interesting to see what comes up in that realm. So, the reader is about to be read. So get ready, y'all. It's going to get interesting. My day's been pretty simple. So, it's going to be interesting to see what comes up. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let me bring this over here so that way I can actually see what's going on. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Reading for myself. This deck doesn't hate me too much. I'm actually starting to feel like maybe I should give you a little bit of a break. Thank you so much for your service. So, I'm going to put these beautiful deck to bed. Say good night, Shadowscapes Tarot. Thank you for your service. Good night. Thank you. A bit of a break. And I'm going to pull from this one. My beautiful, wonderful Sakura cards. I think maybe tomorrow I will pull this out. Maybe I'll try the spread again for tomorrow with that deck. But for today, I think I've read quite a bit for everybody else, so I think it's a good time for me to give it a break. In the meantime, it's a little bit different of a divination, but I find it's just as effective. So if this looks familiar to you, it's because, well, this deck is from the TV series Cardcaptor Sakura. And so I find it gives the bluntness of tarot with the gentleness of an oracle. So it's best of both worlds kind of scenario here. From a TV show, Cardcaptor Sakura, Americans will probably know it better as Card Captors. Yeah, it's a really, like, I find it an especially good deck for especially a good deck for like practical divination. Like, I've had really good readings with this deck. here. So I'm reading myself, y'all. So you are gonna get some entertainment today about, like, I've exposed everybody else, but it's time to expose myself a little bit. So here we go. Oh boy, I wonder what this is gonna say. I talk about myself a lot. It is my channel after all, but I guess I might became a little bit more vulnerable here. Okay. What? Two. Hello. 3. Thank you for joining the queue. So, a little bit of an interlude here. I'm doing a spread for myself, which is shout out to Emerald Lotus Divination for creating this spread, which is about the things to think about before you go to sleep. So, I'm trying this spread. I put it in the chat if you want to try it out yourself. But yeah, I got curious. I figured maybe it's time for the reader to be exposed a little bit, like to be read, so to speak. So it's gonna be fun. And then, whisker scale or whiskers cats. Sorry, my chat became super low. Whiskers cats. Yeah. Yes. Whatever. Like, as long as it doesn't violate your free will or anybody else's, you are free to ask something specific. So please feel free to add in the chat, and I'll tell you whether I'll be able to answer it or not. Let's go right ahead. Okay. So in the meantime, while Whiskers Cats is drafting their question, I'm going to go ahead and try out this new spread that I'm trying for the first time. So, like I said earlier, these are Sakura cards from the TV series Card Captor Sakura. And I'm going to use the Tumblr page from the Tumblr user Foilmore. So that's where I'm going to get my divination meanings from. Okay. A person you're thinking of. Like in terms of compatibility? Because that's the most I could really talk about. Like, I can't presume what the other person is thinking, but I can talk about it in terms of potential compatibility. In a dating context. Are you dating together right now? Because, like, if you're dating right now, there is a bit more that I could probably do. No, but a person from the present and I see him daily. I might be able to work with that. So, they have a disclaimer. I can't presume what someone's thinking or anything. But if it's since this is a person that you do see on the daily, that you actually do interact with, I might be able to do something with that. Okay, Silent Villain from YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. Harry Bosak? If it is a quick question, sure. But let me finish off this one reading here real quick, and then we'll go from there. So I'm going to go really fast. So the jumper that came up while I was shuffling was the Thunder. Yeah, the Thunder. lightning and the thunder, which is about sudden drastic changes and upheaval. And also, from what I remember from the other site that I tend to use to cite these from, is Mysterious Leroy. He does Sakura and Cloud card interpretations, and he does interpret this deck in particular. So, considering that, like, a lot of the things that I've been trying to change in my life, like starting a tarot business and all this kind of stuff, it is a big upheaval. And at the rate this is going, it looks like, I think, this is the stream that actually officially makes me an affiliate. We'll know for sure by tomorrow, but it's looking like I might become affiliate on Twitch come tomorrow, which is mind-blowing. So, yeah. I feel like this is a signal of, like, a lot of change coming up, and also that I need to start focusing on my energy a bit more. So, next up, in terms of the spread that I got here, is energy I'm carrying from my day. So what I've been carrying from today. Let's see if this thing got it. We got the move. Harry Bosak, is that like a celebrity or something? Because I don't think I've ever heard of this person. I'm a little behind in that kind of stuff nowadays. Let me see. The move about thinking before speaking or talking too much. Is that a warning that maybe I'm exposing myself too much on here? Noted. But though I think in this case, I think it's because, well, I've been inundating myself with so much information, and I've been listening to everybody else. I've been watching a lot of television recently and YouTube. It might be a call for me to maybe start listening to myself a bit more, listening to my instincts a bit more, and stop second guessing myself so much. I also know that, like, move also kind of means dodging away from bad vibes, which I've certainly been doing a lot of that in recent days. So that's been very challenging. But just being inundated with just a lot. So totally can see that. Oh man. 4 different screens. Oh my god. I really appreciate it. It isn't the final stream, like, ever of 2025. It's mostly, like, Wednesday is supposed to be the final stream of 2025. But in terms of, like, the tarot stuff, it's definitely the final one of 2025, for sure. So, there's that. So the next card for number 2 is How Can I Release My Energy Before Bed? Basically, outlet. And we got The Miracle. So this one's, like, exclusive to like the artist of this deck, because it's not an official card in whatchamacallit, in the Clow per se. It's like something that, like, the artist decided to, like, add in here. And The Miracle is very positive. Like, it's very much about, like, there's some auspicious blessings coming my way, and I feel like it's a call for me to, like, start embracing all the things that I've been able to achieve up until this point, because it's very much easy to, like, look at the, like, feel like the grass is greener kind of deal, rather than just being open to the stuff that's coming in. And I know he's been coming under a lot of fire in recent years, but I have started using some of Dr. Joe Dispenza's meditations recently, and in particular about shifting the perception of being more open to new and wonderful things in your life. It's very, like, I mean, even in the most for lack of better phrasing, the most quacky of things, there's still, even with that, there's some shred of truth to it, which is openness and perception. That's the big thing that I've learned from all this. And so I'm feeling like, as I go to sleep today, the call for me is to continue to be open to whatever miracles and amazing things that are coming in my life, because this is just the beginning of wonderful things that are coming in. I mean, in a few days, we are going to have a new year, new adventures, new cool things coming up. And so we're taking this time to prepare for it. So, time for me to get excited about that. But yeah, fingers crossed that today's stream is the final stream that I need to get affiliate. And from considering the number that I'm seeing right now, we've got 7 on Twitch, 1 on YouTube. I have a feeling this might be it. I have a good feeling. I mean, with all the chats that we've been having, especially, we got like 4 or 5 different people chatting that I don't usually get. I think this might be it. Fingers crossed. So, next, in terms of up here, we got something to reflect on from my day. And we got the dark. If we happen to get her sister the light, now that would be interesting. But the dark, for something to reflect on for my day. The dark, according to Fillmore's interpretation, is focused on inner thoughts and feelings, the subconscious. And that's in something to reflect on for my day. So I think a continuation of the miracle, where it's a continuation. It's like basically taking some time to get to know what my inner feelings are, what's actually been going on, like my honest feelings, taking the time to actually like, what is it that's actually going on? Because I mean, I had a pretty good day, relatively speaking, but then I also recognize that I've been grappling with this sense of, for lack of better phrasing, burden. Be it this fear of burdening others, of like asking for too much, and simultaneously feeling burdened by demands imposed to me by society or just living in general, you know? Hopefully I'm making some sense. Then again, it's kind of getting to that hour, but I think it's been a call for me to like look at what energy I've been carrying throughout my day. And the word that keeps coming up is burden. Like, what have I been carrying throughout my life? Like what like throughout my day? Like what's been my charge that I've been dealing with? I think that's the question I've been having that I should probably start to answer. And I think it's also a call for me to really start journaling again, because I haven't journaled in a little bit. So, number 4. How could I have been more mindful today? That's something I always wonder. I feel like sometimes I just pass through life without really reflecting. This is my chance to really reflect. So we've got the song. I think it's the second time that I've came across her. I think I did come across her during my birthday Wheel of the Year spread, which, by the way, if you want a more one-on-one reading besides being here, I do tarot readings on my coffee shop, so you can request one there. And right now I have New Year's readings, which are pay what you want, minimum $15, and it'll cover the entire year from Yuletide to Samhain. So basically, from basically now until Halloween, like Halloween season. It'll cover the circle of that year. It's based on it's based on the Celtic calendar, and a significator in the middle of the overarching energy of the year. So I found it to be very, very accurate in terms of things to really think about through each phase of the season. Like it's never steered me wrong. I've done it for the past 5 years, possibly longer, but that spread's never steered me wrong. So if you want me to do one for you, be it for New Year's or your personal New Year, which is your birthday, feel free to purchase it there on my Ko-fi page, ko-fi.com/Tonders. I'm also going to be offering my services on another site, which I will tell more details towards the end of the stream. So anyway, the song for How Could I Have Been More Mindful Today? The song, according to Fillmore, is about expressing self, harmony, and shared joy. And, I think especially with shared joy, I feeling like shared joy has been the thing that I've really needed to experience more recently. Not that I didn't have that during the Christmas season. I feel like compared to the past where I tend to get blue during the Christmas period, I feel like this year was actually pretty okay in terms of that. I feel like for once, because the buildup was not as massive as compared to previous years, I feel like I could actually be present with the holiday for once instead of like feeling like I was being like set up for failure or disappointment. However, I did also notice that I do spend a lot more time on my own, which is not bad. But I think in this case, I really needed to like start being able to like express my feelings and share my joy just a bit more with other people instead of keeping it all to myself. Which is kind of funny to say that, considering that right now I'm kind of sharing my emotional vulnerability through this stream, and I'm sharing my joy here. I love pulling cards for people. But I think I think it also needs to include the people that I actually do know and care about. So I feel that's a call for me to really start externalizing a bit more. Still enjoy my introverted self and my stuff there, but like externalize my experiences just a little bit more instead of just keeping it all in my head. So finally, with this part, we've got two more here. Number 5 is how can I make tomorrow great? How I can make tomorrow great. We've got the cloud. Interesting. So the cloud, according to this page, we've got, let me slow down. The cloud. Where are you, cloud? There we go. Being carefree, optimistic, and unworried. Just not give a damn so much. Which pretty much says everything. Yeah. Because perfectionism can sometimes be an enemy to good. A nightmare to good, if anything. A nightmare to done. So there's a lot that I want to get done. I want to finish my Substack page. I want to finish that thing that I'm going to announce later on tonight, which I'm hoping tomorrow I'll actually finish, like with everything. And just not that I haven't been relaxing already, but I want to actually like genuinely like take a breath and appreciate what's in front of me right now, which is just y'all being here, like watching me draw cards together, and just having a good old reflective time right here, right now. And you know what? It's awesome. I love it. And we get to have more of this in 2026. I'm excited. I'm super excited. And to bring that vibe towards the things that I love and care about. And just being here. It's hitting different, not gonna lie. So finally, a symbol to pay attention to in my dreams tonight. So let's see what we got here. I admit, I only just recently started being able to dream again, and it's not in this nightmarish context for once, which is nice. Love you too. Oh boy. So we got the shadow. Hello, Heats Earth 222. Welcome. So we're about to wind down a little bit. I think we got like 2 more readings. I might have space for 1 more. Feel free to add yourself on the queue real quick if you wanna get a reading yourself. Yeah, the shadow. This is my reading. I'm getting exposed here. Okay, so type an exclamation point and then the word join, and then you should be able to add yourself. There you go. You got it. Okay, so the shadow. Let's see. Shadow, the shadow, the shadow. Can I read? Quietly windy. She into the dark. Oh my god, I can't read. What is going on? Okay, hold on. Let me just use the find page. The find function. Shadow. Where is the shadow? What the heck? What the heck? Okay, there we go. It was under the light. That's why I was so thrown. The unknown transformation change. Okay. So I think it's just a vibe of mystery that I'm being called to look at being called to look at in my dreams. It's like any signs about change. Which I'm gonna go through a lot of it in the next few days, if not the next few weeks. Months. And months, because there's a lot that I want to do. And it's a bit overwhelming, not gonna lie. But it's also very exciting. So, yeah. This is my expose and what I'm gonna have to think about when I go to bed. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Oh, man. Thank you. So now the reader has been read. And I bet, like, if my mod were here tonight, they'd be like, about time. You read for yourself. Okay. Alright, so let's see who is next on my queue. Oh, I could have sworn I put Whiskers Cats on here. Let me see. Yeah, I could have sworn that you were on here. Okay, yeah, Whiskers Cats. I will do yours first, and then Heats Earth, and who's on YouTube? Silent Villain. I will get to real quick towards the end here. Where's Harry Potter? Okay, so Whiskers Cats, and oh yeah, I almost forgot my Queen Herbie prescription of the day. of the night because I will listen to a song before I go to sleep. Let me see what song pops up for me. From Her Majesty, Queen Herbie, and Jedi Nick, and Shabala, Queen of Lions. Shout out to all of them for the wonderful songs that keep me going. Okay, real quick. Sorry. And then Whiskers. We'll get to you. Okay. So I got one falling out here. We got this. I'm gonna sit back and enjoy the process. So this is gonna be an interesting one for a listen to. I'm gonna type that in here. Okay. All right. So now, Whiskers Cats. Now on to yours. So, Okay, so I'm thinking to keep it simple for you. I think a 3-card, you, this person, and the relationship you could have. How does that sound? Because I think a 3-card might be a good one. I think it's also maybe the energy that I have at this point. Okay, perfect. All right. And then, in the meantime, Heat's Earth 222, and who was the other person? Heat's Earth 222 and Silent Villain Z6F. Please feel free to ask your questions in the chat. So that way I can process those once I get to you. Okay. So, alright, darling, I know you were resting a little earlier, but we just need a couple more questions here. You are done. Alright? Let's do this. I only just recently started talking to my decks. And let me tell you, I do have lives. After a while. I might do some YouTube videos. Like, if you all are curious about how I got into this, or even, like, how to use decks of your own, maybe some myth busting, etc., let me know. Like, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind going more in depth. Oh, let me switch the perspective here. Ooh. Just realized. Okay. So, this is for Whiskers Cats. And even though it's the wrong thing, but I just thought of the Meow Mix song. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Now, come to think of it, wasn't there like a cat food called Whiskers Cats or Whisk Cats? Something like that? Like back in the 90s and 2000s? It had like this Angora or this Persian, like this white Persian cat. It just like, it had this bougie atmosphere because they served the wet food in this crystalline glass. And it had this black background. Like, yeah, Whiskas, yes! Yes! Clearly you know this commercial because, like, you knew immediately what I was talking about. But yeah, it was like this white cat, this very white, fluffy cat. I think it was a white Persian. And they would serve it in this crystalline goblet or like this crystalline cat bowl. And it was super popular in the 90s and 2000s. Like, is that still being sold? I gotta know. Like, there's some weird stuff that I remember from like my childhood that sometimes I feel like it's like a fever dream until I look it up and I find out it's real. Like the other day, I was talking about this shoe brand called Hush Puppies, and I was like, I wonder if that's still around. Like I know like Rocket Dog, like a brand called Rocket Dog, another one called Chinese Laundry. Like those two are still around. But then I was thinking like myself, like Hush Puppies, there's no way they're still around. This is a very like 90s 2000s thing because like I had this I forgot what kind of dog is it, but like far away you can mistake it for a beagle or a Saint Bernard like dog. I forgot what the breed is called, but it had very floppy ears essentially, but it almost looks beagle like, but it's not a beagle. It's something else. And I looked it up by chance, like while I was having coffee with my sister-in-law, because I happen to remember the shoe brand. And then it turned out Hush Puppies is very much alive. They're still selling shoes. And then meanwhile, another brand that I thought about, which was called Trike, Trikke, which is like a tripod scooter. Best way to describe it. It was all the rage in the 2000s, but nowadays they use it more as a patrol vehicle rather than for sport, even though they still do sport variations, but like they're super expensive compared to when my dad first bought his. So I found it interesting. Like there's some brands that still exist and in the same way that they started off as, and then there are other ones where they are far away from how they started. It's really interesting to think about. But anyway, for Whiskers Cats, here is my reading for you in terms of this potential dating somebody. Now, again, the disclaimer is I can't presume what this other person is thinking or feeling. This is just one of infinite possibilities that is being presented to me based on the cards. All right? I also will give the other disclaimer that, like, well, I have been reading for a little bit. We're getting into, let me see, how long have we been going now? This is the 3-hour mark now, and it's 11:09 p.m. my time. So I might not be the sharpest tool in the shed right now, but I will do my best with the energy that I do have for you to at least give you the clearest answer that I can give based on what I have in front of me. Okay? So without further ado, let's jump into it. So I think I'm going to go with this, the middle, to kind of bridge everything together. So, this form represents you, Whiskers Cats. And we got... Oof, 3 of Swords. Has there been some, like, heartbreak that you've been through recently? Or, like, recovery from heartbreak? Because that's the impression I'm getting from this. Because usually when I see the 3 of Swords, it's either been like a heartbreak that's occurred or a heartbreak that could be coming, per se, or just this sense of isolation that you are recovering from. And the message I'm getting is this, like, not really been single all year? Okay. That makes sense. Okay. This is why it's the disclaimer that I have been, like, I am starting to get a little fatigued, so it's totally possible that I'm missing the mark here. So feel free to take this with a huge grain of salt. I get a clarification here because I'm feeling like this one not off, but like I feel like actually, if anything, this is more of a message for you that like if you are gonna go for something like this, make sure it's not out of loneliness and because you really genuinely like this person. That's the message I'm getting from this. And then I pulled a clarifier for you, which is the Hanged Man. And the Hanged Man is about surrender and letting go into the experience. So allowing yourself to feel what you need to feel when you're in this relationship. And most importantly, to see things from a new perspective and make sure that, I mean, kind of what I was saying earlier with one of my previous viewers, that to make sure that whatever you experienced in the past, I mean, you can use it as a reference point, but don't color it with the same brush as you would in your present. Take the present as it is, rather than taking the past experience, especially if it's a past experience that got repeated in the present, as gospel of like, yeah, no. Remember, these are different circumstances, and therefore you can choose a different choice. None of that making sense here. But that's the perception I got already from this part. Now, in terms of the person that you've been seeing every day, let's see what his energy is. Possibly. Wheel of Fortune. Interesting. Okay. So, Wheel of Fortune, it's a good card for the most part. I mean, regardless of which way you see it, whether it's reversed or upright, the message is this too shall pass a lot of the time. Like, if you have a difficult circumstance, this too shall pass. If it's a good circumstance, it's like this thing will pass too. It's ephemeral, so make sure to enjoy the moment as fully as you can. And in this case, it's kind of like the weaving of fates. So things are coming together, and there's a sense of interconnection and a thread of connection that has no beginning and no end. And I'm feeling like maybe this person might be going through some interesting changes in their lives. So, or maybe some sort of transition, from what I can tell. But regardless of what this is, it seems to be something that's to their benefit. So, whether or not they're ready for a relationship, I can't tell. But like, it's like from whatever they're experiencing, it seems to be a very positive change, or a very impactful one, to say the least. So that could be what's going on. Who knows? But if you have a chance to talk with this person, highly recommend you do. You just check in with this person, say hello, at least like get a sample of their vibes, see what's going on. At least get to know this person. I think that's a big thing that I'm getting here. Now, in terms of the relationship, let's see what we got here. Like, any hints as to what can make it easier for you to come together? Should you want to be it with dating or friendship even, or just whatever is meant to come together? Let's see. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, so you got the World. So the World is basically the last of the major arcana. So, okay, a little bit of Tarot 101 here. For those who are familiar with this, you can feel free to tune out for a few seconds. Okay. So, we've got pretty much almost all of these are major placements. So, the Swords are part of something called the Minor Arcana. And the Three of Swords, the Swords in particular are from the element of air, and it's about logic and thought, and cutting away at the BS. So in this case, you need to have the BS meter have some skillful means too, because the thing is, sword's double-edged. If you're not careful, it can cut you and not just your opponent or whatever thing you're trying to cut away at, right? But these three, the Hanged Man, the World, and the Wheel of Fortune, they're all part of the Major Arcana, which is basically like the major plot points in your lives. And in this case, I mean, the positions in the Major Arcana are pretty close to each other. Like the Wheel of Fortune is number 10, and the Hanged Man is number 12. And both of them, the Wheel of Fortune and the Hanged Man, both deal to some degree with some kind of surrender, to some extent. Wheel of Fortune, a surrender into the flow of life, the ebb and flow. And then the Hanged Man, it's surrender in terms of perspective and seeing things differently. And the World is very much about contentment. Like the journey is over. This phase of the journey is over, essentially. You've completed the circuit. And it's a very satisfying balance that you've achieved. And there's this union of an ecosystem, so to speak. There's this sense of just feeling right. And I think in this case, in terms of relationship, I think you might find that there might be this feeling right of just being together. Like, at least it's the vibe that I'm getting with like this information that I have in front of me at this time. Is just, if you take the time to really get to know each other and ask each other's questions and get to know your vibes and really appreciate your perspectives. Yeah, I think 2026 looks very promising. I think if you allow yourself to explore a different perspective, I think it'll definitely be fruitful for the both of you, I think. I don't know why the Three of Swords popped up, but I feel like there's something that you need to like examine within yourself a bit more thoroughly as well. Like if there's something that's been a thorn in your side, or something that's been really eating at you or stressing you out, please make sure you take the time to deal with it. If you've been feeling like lonely or isolated, make sure you find your people, find your tribe, find your friends, reconnect with your family, like just whatever that makes you feel whole. Well, wholeness is within. Wholeness is within yourself. But I mean, in terms of like other people, definitely take the time to come out of your shell a little bit and get back in touch with aspects of yourself that maybe you might have lost touch with like maybe work or just living the life that you think you're supposed to live, right? So I feel like the Three of Swords was there for a reason. I don't know what reason it is, but I feel like there's something that you definitely need to deal with in 2026. And deal with it from a different angle, and then it'll make it easier for you two to come together. For all you know, maybe together you'll be able to overcome the challenge. Like, because like there is such thing as living, like creating a life together while you're still figuring things out. So, for all you know, that could be what it is. I really don't know what this could mean, but yeah, long story short, yeah, it looks very promising. I think you should go for it. Ask those questions. Get to know this person. Of course, Whiskers Cats, best of luck to you. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you get what you're looking for. And let me know how it goes if you happen to tune in again. Let me know how it goes. I want to hear, like, that's good. That goes for everybody who does a reading with me. Please let me know Let me know how everything went, okay? I want y'all to feel empowered. That you've got the ability to choose your own destiny. Because you do. You have so much power. All right. So it looks like whatchamacallit? Um Silent Villain Z6F is no longer present, which is okay. So it looks like Heat's Earth 222. You are my final client of the night. So go ahead, ask away. Okay, just make sure. Hello, Heat's Earth 222. You are my final client of the night. Thank you so much for tuning in. So go ahead, ask away. Okay, just want a general reading. Okay, that's an easy one. Thank you for making it easy. All right. So, since it is a few days to 2026, this one's one I've been pulling quite a bit, which is a 3-card spread of Embrace, Accept, and Let Go. This one here. How does that sound? It's an easy one, you get straight to the point, and it gives something at least to carry into 2026. Alright. Y'all have been amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in. Y'all have been so nice. I'm super excited for 2026 because I get to have more fun stuff like this. I'm looking forward to it greatly. I feel like I'm doing a great service, and this is not like a hubristic kind of thing. It's just, or egoic. It's just the thing that comes with loving what I do. I just feel so lucky. Like, I love gaming too. And I also love pulling cards. And being able to combine the best of both worlds, it's amazing. I love it. Okay. Jump a bit more here. Okay. Feel free to take this with a grain of salt, because I've been at this for 3.5 hours, which was not what I planned, but hey. There was a lot that, like, there wasn't a lot of people who tuned in yesterday, save for Tontala Studios. So, and my mod, so I am more than making up for the traffic today. I think I have to like 8 people on here, which is pretty amazing. So thank you for that. I think we're pretty much definitively in the final stream before affiliate. So I actually might have achieved the goal that I set out to do, which was to get affiliate before 2025 ended. So I will let y'all know, like, the moment I know, I will post a story, okay? I will post a story. I'm glad that, like, Twitch finally added a story feature, because I do simulcast between YouTube and Twitch, and I feel like my Twitch viewers were very much left out in terms of like fresh notifications that I could at least post on YouTube, tell people like, hey, it's what's been going on. It's in the Discord, but not everybody's on YouTube, not everybody's on Discord, and so it was kind of hard to inform people like, hey, this is what's been going on. But now that there's a story feature on Twitch, I could be like, okay, I can at least update people like ahead of time. Be like, hey, this is what's been going on. Sorry if I'm not streaming right now. I will update you accordingly. It's great that that's finally an option on Twitch, which I really appreciate. Because I hate leaving y'all in the lurch. Like any of y'all in the lurch, I hate it. I want to improve my communication skills, so I feel like they've fallen off over the past few years. I'm getting better, but I want to be more consistent with it. Alright. So, our final reading of tonight for Pete's Earth 222. Let's do this. Okay. So, a simple 3-card spread of what to embrace, what to accept, and what to let go as you march into 2026. First, we gotta embrace. Excuse me. We've got the Ace of Cups. This is a good one to have here. So, aces. Think about ace in the hole or a service ace, etc. Aces, they are the spark. I mean, it's kind of funny I say that considering it's a water sign that we're working with here. But like the aces are basically like the early stirrings, the beginnings of something wonderful. And in the case of cups, it is about intuition. It is about emotion. It's about intuition. And in this case, it's about connection, intimacy, being in touch with your instincts, with your gut, with your inner knowing. I'm feeling like this is a chance for you to get to know yourself again. Because especially to like get through all the buffer that is social noise, it is important to take the time to get to know yourself and to get to know the people and the living beings that you are around every single day. Really embrace the chance to really get to know what it's like to be with others. And I think especially right now with the way tech has been, let's be for real, tech has been misused against us. I think AI or any other tool that we have here, it's not, for some tools especially, it's not, sometimes it's not necessarily what the tool does, but how it is used that can determine whether it's harmful or useful. And that's certainly the case with AI. I think AI can still be useful, but the way that it has been used recently, especially in terms of it being a replacement, or at least attempting to replace human creativity, like in the arts, that's where I have a problem. The fact that it's even being considered as a replacement at all is a big issue. I think AI does have its place, in terms of data collection, speed up of searches, refining work, of course, after humans have used it, of course, and course correction. Like in terms of correcting things. But unless the singularity happens to kick in, there's no way I could see AI as a replacement. As a collaborator, sure. But as a replacement, absolutely not. Especially at this stage. So, going back to this, embrace what makes you you. What makes you a human, what makes you a living being. Your creativity, your emotions, just your sheer existence. Embrace all of it. So, what to accept? I got two things. We got two things going on here. Let's see what they are. So, first one we got King of Wands. Accept that you are a creative being. Be it in art, I mean, even if you're not an artist in a professional sense, we are artists of life. You have command over a big power when it comes to your passions and, again, your creativity. Because the wands, they are of the element of fire. And fire is about passion and drive and motivation. Just what gets you going? What makes you wake up in the middle of the night and want to get excited about doing something? Embrace, well, I know embrace is the first part, but I think the embracing continues even into the accept part. Embrace and accept your sources of inspiration, especially if it tends to be unconventional. That's what I'm getting with that one. The other card I have here is the Nine of Cups. So once again, we're getting more into the emotional territory. We're going deeper into it. And in the case of the Nine of Cups, it's a call for you to accept that you also have senses. You have senses. Like embrace your, whether you believe in 5 or 6 senses, embrace all of them. Embrace the experiences that are right in front of you, that are within you and that are around you. And allow yourself to dream. Allow yourself to dream. Allow yourself to go deep into those dreams. And trust that those dreams that you receive are going to guide you to the other side of what that is. To provide an example from my own life, a lot of the stuff that I've done has not been necessarily what I literally studied in college for. Well, in the case of this, actually, I did study in college. And I even made a presentation about tarot in Japanese, literally this summer. So, like, in a way, I did study this in school. But, albeit not as the main topic. I did a lot of things that I enjoyed as, like, clubs or volunteering before it eventually became a major part of my life. So, for example, I don't know if you saw my channel description, but I do have a master's in world religions. And I got into the Master of World Religions through, actually through volunteering in an interfaith organization during my college years. And back when I was an undergrad in a different university before I switched to my alma mater, my second alma mater, somebody recommended that I should try for a theology major. I didn't take it seriously at the time because I thought, well, I was raised Catholic at the time. At the time, but like, I was raised Catholic. That's not really an option for me. Not going to be a priest or a minister or anything like that. At the time, I thought that wasn't going to be it. But then, fast forward years later, chaplaincy did cross my mind. And so I decided, you know what? I want to at least know what I'm talking about when I go into this. So I figured, let me get a master's, so that way people will at least know that I'm not a quack. So, did it. Took me about 4.5 years. Graduated 2 years ago. And the rest is history. Little did I know I'd be doing this. So, point is, except overarching message I'm getting from these two, follow your bliss. It may not seem much at first, but it's going to take you very far, actually. So, trust it. Finally, to let go. Let us see what we got here. Ace of Pentacles. So that is interesting. That's in the third position. So Ace of Pentacles. So Pentacles, it's about material items, usually of a monetary nature, or the pragmatics, the material plane, essentially, like where we are in the here and now. And it's about, well, the Ace of Pentacles traditionally is about like abundance and security, and, well, the consequence of hard work, essentially. I don't think it's saying that, like, you're gonna be, like, struggling. No, that's not what I think it is. I think what it's saying here in the third position, I think it's saying let go of the pressure. Let go of the pressure of having to be this, like, meeting up with these arbitrary check marks of what success looks like. Of having to be this AAA feature film, Forbes 30 under 30, 40 under 40 kind of lister kind of deal. You don't have to hit these traditional markers, not even of like marriage and kids, if you feel like it's not what you want to do. Or if you are going to stay single, you don't have to go the religious route, or the scientific route, or any like expected image of what a certain thing looks like. Like I mentioned earlier, I literally got here a bit late because I was watching sports games with my family. I was watching football, aka soccer, and then I was watching American football with two of my favorite teams. Well, actually one of my favorite teams. Well, one of the teams actually is where my family's from. The other one is, well, where I'm from, essentially. But anyway, sports are the last thing that most gamers tend to think about unless they actually play them on their channels, or it's actually been a huge part of their lives. But like, I love sport. I actually enjoy sports, especially enjoy the art of the passion into the sport. I do a little bit myself, even if it's not competitive. But yeah, I think it's just where it ties back to with this. I think it's just a call for you to just don't stress it. Even though like money is a thing that we have to think about in this plane, in this existence, in this time period. Right now, you don't have to focus on how that's gonna be met. You're gonna be met where you're at. You're going to be settled. you'll figure that out. You'll get there. Right now, what you need to focus on right now is what it is that your instincts are calling you to do in terms of how to fulfill yourself. And then this will figure itself out. I know it sounds like a line, but it's true though. It's very true. Like, for some people, it might be the other way around where they figure out the finances and then the wants will come. For others, like myself, certainly this was the case. For others, it might be like figuring out what they really enjoy first, and then the money comes once that clicks. That's what I'm finding with me, at least. Like that's what happened to me, essentially. I fell in love with this, and now this is how I'm starting to actually make headway. So, yeah, that's what I'm getting with this. Like, this is a pretty cool life you're gonna lead, Heat's Earth 222. And so with that, I'm gonna end with a recommendation from my Queen Herbie deck. So, this is Queen Herbie. She's an artist, a rapper, and a singer. Uh-oh. I think I lost connection. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Please let me be live. Oh. Okay. Okay. It's just I think it was just my chat glitching out. Okay, thank goodness. Whew. Okay, so Queen Herbie is an artist. She used to be part of this group called Carmen, and then with her husband, and now it got rebranded as Queen Herbie. So she's basically a solo act. But like, her husband is the one who makes a lot of her beats, which is really cool. And she makes these really empowering, magical rap songs, which I highly recommend. And she made this deck just this year. So here is a recommendation for you, Heat's Earth 222. It's song pre-roll. They can scream and shout, I just tune it out. Yeah, I feel like it's a call for you to just keep calm and carry on. Like, have some tools available in case things get a little chaotic. All right, let me see. Let me get the lyrics up. I think it's like this feeling of like turning your lemons into lemonade, and also just allow yourself to like find ways to protect your peace, especially when life gets really chaotic. And remembering that like the people that will understand your your vision will be patient with you while you're still fulfilling it. That's the message I'm getting with this. So, yeah, I know, like, it's not the impression you get at first when you listen to it, but that's essentially what I got from the lyrics. So, yeah, that's pretty much everything, and that is Heat's Earth 222's reading. Thank you so much for tuning in, Heat's Earth 222, and for everybody who has jumped on this stream. We've been here for almost 4 hours, which is basically as long, like almost as long as, actually, like we're 5 minutes short of 2 hours, of 4 hours, which is like just as about as long as that one Samhain stream that basically started it all. So it's really hard to believe that we've only been doing this in particular for only 2 months, but already so much has happened. And it's just incredible how much of a community that we've made here through through just one random decision of like, let me just pull these cards in front of here. I've got nothing to lose. And I'm so glad I did, because wonderful people like you tuned in, and I really appreciate you. If there's one thing that I'm grateful for in 2025, it's this community of people who tuned in, who saw me. Thank you to the people who have been with me from day one, and thank you to all the people who have jumped in recently. Y'all are great. Y'all are wonderful people, and I hope these readings, these playthroughs, these videos are clear reminders that you are awesome, you are magical, and you deserve good things in your life. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. Y'all deserve good things. So, on that note, I think it's time that I closed this chapter. So, let me just make sure I clear out the queue. All right. So, I do a bunch of console games. Unfortunately, I won't be able to jump on them until after I get back after New Year's, which will be a few days. In a few days, I'll be back with my console setup. I do not know what I will do on Wednesday, which is New Year's Eve. Most likely it'll be more games, in terms of what game, so to figure that out. But keep an eye out for more fun games to do. So, in the meantime, if you want to help our community thrive, feel free to donate to help entertainment workers get through the holidays at entertainmentcommunity.org. Just get involved in your community, period. Here are some charities that I've listed here. World Central Kitchen and Red Cross, they do a lot of social good. I mean, there's been a lot of disasters that have occurred this year, so any way you can help with the effort, even if it's just a few cents, it's better than nothing. And my charity of the season, I decided to start doing that. It is Sad Girls Club, which is an organization that helps BIPOC individuals, especially women and femmes, get affordable mental health care. I've personally used it for the past few years, and it's helped me get through so many good things, so many things. This year, unfortunately, they had to cut down on their services due to lack of funds. So I'm hoping that 2026 they'll be able to more than make up for it. So if you can contribute even just $1, or even spread the word to people that could possibly help, that would be awesome. Alternatively, if you do need help and you happen to fit the demographic I just listed, Sad Girls Club recently collaborated with an organization called Soul Health, which I think there's only a few days left in the promotion, but if you sign up with Soul Health, and you mention Sad Girls Club, you will get 12 free sessions between now and I believe March, at no extra cost to you. 12 free sessions. I don't think the whole thing's been collected just yet, so you have a bit of time if you want to sign up for that. I think you have until the 31st to sign up for Soul Health with the promotion, so get it while you still can. And finally, here is social media you can find outside of this channel. I am on Discord. I mainly stream. It seems like Twitch is my main traffic, but I also have YouTube and Vimeo. But Vimeo, I haven't really used. YouTube a bit more. But yeah, the tarot videos are usually a Twitch exclusive, but I decided to make it an open table for YouTube as well. It usually happens every Saturday, though I might expand some Sundays in here too, as well as new and full moons. So keep an eye out for the next full moon happening in 2026 for my next tarot stream. And I also write on Substack, which I am writing a new article on there about sinners and K-pop demon hunters. How it's been very much a signal of sometimes like the difficulties might come from inside the house, so to speak, to borrow from Black Christmas. But yeah, article coming soon, hopefully to get it out tomorrow. thirdnerd.substack.com. I also do the audio recordings for those who are visually impaired, and also just for those who just like to hear some narration. Like I said earlier, I also do readings one-on-one on my shop, coffee.com/Tonders. You can also donate on there. The proceeds will help towards, right now it's mainly been like day-to-day costs, but eventually I want to help myself like towards upgrading my equipment and stuff. And finally, the big announcement that I wanted to make is I will pretty soon be contributing my card reading skills to Spiritual Blossom, a tarot and divination website. Now that site's charged per minute. But yeah, if you want more one-on-one stuff, and you want to financially support me, that's the way you could do that. So I'm still developing my profile, but as soon as my profile is up, it will be linked in the description of both my YouTube and my Twitch channels. So keep an eye out for that. I am super duper excited. Shout out Julie, who is the moderator of that site. I'm just grateful that I've been given a chance to finally take my professional card slinging legs to the next level. So thank you for that. And finally, and also, thank you all especially for giving me the chance to actually share my skills here. I really appreciate it. And regardless of what your status is, like I said earlier, I am not exaggerating. If you are in need of spiritual support and you can't afford my services, this page is always available and open to you. So please stop by anytime. And thank you for giving me the courage to try and take it to the next level. It's like without you, I don't think I would have tried. So yeah, finally, this episode was filmed in the lands of the Mascogo, Seminole, Miccosukee, and Timucua peoples. To learn more, visit native-land.ca. I always do land acknowledgements whenever I travel. I especially implore my African siblings, please contribute to the site. I know we use ethnic groups, technically, not tribes, but it's a very similar concept, so please contribute when you can. And also, they recently updated it with a new format. They use constellations nowadays, a constellation map, which is very, very cool. And I think, honestly, makes a whole lot more sense than, like, the land barriers we often use. The old format is still there if you want to look at it, but I think the new constellation map format makes way more sense in terms of indigenous thought processes, and certainly when it comes to the history of the lands that the first peoples tend to occupy. So yeah, on that note, I'm gonna end it here. Thank you so much, so much for joining me on this tarot journey. I will be back for a game on Wednesday. So that will truly be my final stream of 2025. But yeah, the tarot stream for 2026 has officially ended. Our circle has ended, but unbroken still. Honestly, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. I'm going to sleep all the night. But till next time, please stay safe, stay comfy. Happy New Year. Happy Year of the Fire Horse. Happy holidays. And, of course, as always, may your heart be your guiding key. Till next time, I'll see you later. Take care now. Bye.